he slayed a giant rabbit with merely one shot. Believed he was top tier, acts like he's level 100, but he's actually level 6. To slay a rabbit in a single strike as a warrior, you must have a minimum of level 90. If he were an assassin, approximately 70 would suffice. With a crit and a few broken buffs, certainly. However, a level 6 accomplished it in one hit. That no longer qualifies as talent. That's outright disrespect towards the gaming system. The soul girls who witnessed that desired him in their guild regardless of expense. This girl holds the 4th position globally, and the head of the rank 9 guild. And upon witnessing that entire in the scene, she is utterly amazed by him. She also aims to enlist him in the guild. Yet what remains unknown to all, up until now, this weapon has been utterly useless. Loading took approximately 1 minute. He didn't fire at all. He wielded it like a club to strike down the worthless rabbits. He will soon unlock the melee sniper class. But are you aware of why? Is he really that skilled at shooting? He was once the top sniper in the military's elite units, the gentle of a player who hits shots even with lag. He hadn't missed a shot in years, yet all transformed when a crate of explosives chose to gamble with his legs in Russian roulette. Thus, he never walked again. Nonetheless, his mom gifted him a virtual reality game with his best friend. This indicates he can now walk again. Upon his arrival at the play the same way he entered the world, he encountered an NPC, accountable for that whole realm. Following ridicule for possessing a tiny banana, he must select a name and decide on his desired appearance. Ultimately, he chooses to maintain his true name and appearance. Even the NPC thinks it's strange that a human wouldn't desire to change anything. However, simply being able to walk once more brings him joy. It's completed, and he's entered the game. A vivid light blinks, and he stands on firm ground. Moment to evaluate items. Beginning with his legs, he tosses a lofty, kicks off and sprints wildly. Out of nowhere, a man nears him, stating he's the person who assists adventurers in acclimating to the Midlands. Is a walking guide and somewhat dubious, so he's an NPC as well. He begins discussing stamina. Immediately after, they inquire if the protagonist notices that girl nearby. The non-player characters. The instruction is for him to approach her and touch her melons. Great. The following tutorial explains how to access. In jail, the MC begins assaulting him, declaring that it's a criminal act. Upon rising, the man remarks that had he actually done it, he would have been expelled from the city. This was his intention behind teaching trauma-based learning. But what if he had truly acted on the suggestion? The man simply claims he learns quickly and instructs him to proceed to the next training area as he dashes away. The main character is trying his legs, darting through the city like a lunatic. He runs so often that he unlocks a pro runner ability. Now, it will take him longer to become exhausted. He visits a training ground and takes a sword for a brief practice session. A teacher is shouting that in Middle-earth, as long as you have the will to live, the deity of battle will pave the way. As the main character swings for the first time, he understands his body acted independently, recognizing that this is combat assistance. Believing that somewhat strangely, he opts to swing with his own technique instead. He was unprepared for the fact that he would obliterate the straw dummy in a single strike. All are watching, astonished that he can achieve that at level 1. And the child ultimately acquires an additional skill. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the redhead seen earlier. She claims she's glad to see him once more, but the protagonist thinks it's just been a day. Various weapons materialize around him, signaling that it's time to choose a class. He notices a staff that appears quite intriguing and approaches it, yet prior to his grasp, he notices a rifle that immediately captures his focus. However, the one grasping it is that demon girl from before. He identifies it. It resembles an M1 Garand, but is less sophisticated. She then amends her statement. It's an antique musket, dating back to 1700. Excited, he requests to give it a try. She gives him gunpowder and ammunition, Reloading feels incredibly authentic. Using powder and balls manually takes ages. He grumbles about its weight and slowness, yet anyone in its path will face a hail of bullets. He pulls the trigger, the bullet arcs, and smoke erupts everywhere. He misses at close range. She questions whether he read the description. Muskets are known for their poor accuracy. He attempts once more. He reloads for approximately. For a moment, complaining about the duration and questioning if anyone would truly utilize that item. She believes he's performing quite well for a novice. He inquires about additional long-range weaponry. She presents him bows, each one superior. Li Hao grumbles that the choices are terrible. One error means death. She clarifies that the weight helps to balance the fight. He inquires about disabling the assistance system. She merely echoes the typical NPC dialogue. He understands. The system won't support that. He must find a solution independently. He opts to test it unassisted, focusing on accuracy and range while leveraging the high damage. He attempts to log out for calibration. The system prevents leaving during class selection. He insists on exiting, but the NPC states it can only happen after a class is chosen. He understands they implemented that to prevent players from researching the optimal class. No option, he chooses. He abandons the musket and reaches for the magical staff instead. As soon as he makes contact, he is propelled into the air, screaming loudly. He awakens in reality with his mother calling out to him. She removes the headset and inquires if he feels unwell. He claims he's okay. She mentioned she switched off the game as she believed he was suffering and wished to rouse him. Li Hao mentions he's okay and requests that she use the headset's call button to wake him up next time. She allows him to relax. He recalls his cousin mentioning that he could earn money in the game with a strong class. Then it dawns on him. The NPC permits log out only after class selection, but he was kicked out. So what became of his class? He searches online and discovers someone who experienced a similar situation. They received a random class, and deleting a character would require 3 to 6 months before creating a new one. He reassures himself that since he took the staff before teleporting, he must indeed be a mage. He signs in again. Musketeer class. So he's left with that terrible weapon. It's preferable to wait months for him to accept it and acquire new abilities. One such ability is bayonet charge, which he considers useless and consumes all his mana in a single use. Struck. Lying there grumbling, he thinks he might as well utilize the bayonet if he fails. An adventurer approaches, another guide NPC, and assigns him a quest to hunt rabbits. No option. He departs for the field. He observes fellow players pursuing white rabbits. He sees one and prepares to take his first shot. Inhale, target, shoot. The rabbit rebounds. The smoke obscures his sight, yet he surely didn't miss it, right? The rabbit glares at him, annoyed he missed badly. He attempts to reload as the creature charges at him. It's too late. Before he can even add the powder, he gets kicked. No time to reload and he might actually die. He does what he knows best. Run. Once he gains some distance, he considers shooting again and glances back. The rabbit is right behind him, sprinting wildly fast. Closes in and delivers another kick, striking like a gunshot. Other gamers suggest that if rabbits are defeating you, it's time to uninstall. Having already lost half his HP in an attempt to react, he wearily tosses aside the rifle and shouts directly at the rabbit. It then wields the gun as a club and strikes it, propelling it away. The firearm serves more purposes than just firing. Nearly fainting, he supports himself with the musket and rushes the others. He endures many kicks yet continues on. Battling, swinging rather than shooting. The other players are bewildered by a long-range class engaging in close combat. Still, he ultimately manages to kill the rabbit, still shocked that he failed to make that close shot. He realizes that if taking down a rabbit is this challenging, facing monsters with higher HP will be even tougher. Another adventurer effortlessly slaughters rabbits with a sword. Li Hao believes the system is unfairly disadvantaging his class. He resolves not to succumb to this foolish system and begins to test the realism. He returns home to study his weapons. Trajectory, range. He understands that with a syston, he has just one opportunity per He concludes that wielding the musket as a club is his best choice until he gains skill. His mother then interjects, inquiring if he has felt less sorrowful since the game and mentioning she should have purchased it for him earlier. He expresses gratitude, advises her to sleep, and assures her he won't take long. He insists he will earn money in the game. He is unable to work outdoors and might need to fund surgery to regain mobility. Returning to the game, adventurers are shocked by a gunshot and inquire if firearms are present inside. They watch Liha reload at such a slow pace it seems like magic. He takes pride in his progress, yet they mock him. He should leave the slow class. People claim he doesn't hunt. He merely shoots at tree stumps. He disregards them and prioritizes precision. He checks his ammunition and returns to the rabbits. Concealed in a bush, he observes his target. He measures distance, wind, waits. He shoots. The bullet merely strikes its paw. The rabbit becomes increasingly furious. It escalates into an outright brawl. Liha wields the musket as a club, infuriated afterward. Amidst the chaos, he ultimately kills another rabbit. He earns accomplishments and his statistics increase, advances and ultimately finds itself in a low-tier hero ranking. However, the musket shatters. It was essentially meant to be used once. He grows increasingly frustrated, recognizing the handle wouldn't endure many additional strikes. As other players observe, confused by the situation, he strikes another rabbit and shouts that hitting things is simpler than shooting. He advances and receives accolades. His renown for defeating monsters with pistol whips begins to circulate widely. He completes the mission and receives a backpack. When the NPC suggests repeating it, he promptly declines. He's tired of rabbits. He tallies his cash. Is still far from the surgery, but it's progress. As he strolls through the town, he encounters Madame Lu, a restaurant proprietor who pays 7 copper for each rabbit. She mentions needing plenty of meat for the restaurant and inquires if he would like to assist. Liha receives a new mission. He pursues a rabbit with black fur. Spotting the number 1, he realizes it's the beginning of a sequence. Madame Lu clarifies its rarity and hands him a pouch made of rabbit skin to attract it. If he delivers the incorrect meat, she'll confront him with a knife. He purchases ammunition before going out. The vendor prices gunpowder quite high. There are hardly any musketeers in the town. The class is already terrible, and it's even pricier. The guy recommends unreliable powder. However, Liha fears he won't turn a profit, and harming the rabbits damages the meat. Still, he pays. He attempts to take on a quest, but the shopkeeper declines. Not for someone who weeps over bullets. He departs grumbling that he ought to have become a mage. He then understands that quests require prerequisites. The cook only provided one after noticing the rabbit meat he had. He must determine the needs of every NPC. His stomach rumbles. A hunger system exists. Below 30%, penalties are applied. He visits the tavern to sample the cuisine. He requests bread, but the store is about to close. The game operates on real-time. Shops close at dusk. He races around until the final location remains open. All is costly. The owner states that rabbits are consuming all the wheat. He perceives a potential quest and attempts to negotiate. He caught rabbits for the vice captain, so will he receive bread if he resolves the issue? She suggests he pursue that approach. They multiply far too quickly, yet her attitude shifts when he brings up Madame Rue's black rabbit. She questions whether Angus is stronger than the typical ones and expresses skepticism. Anyone handling that wouldn't be destitute enough to be asking for bread. Liha displays the smelly pouch that Rue gifted him. She thanks him and requests a favor: collect herbs within the rabbit's area. It's essentially a life and death endeavor, all for some bread and a handful of coins. She believes Angus likely causes the other rabbits to be aggressive. He is known as Angus the Black. His fur darkens when he becomes angry. Liha claims he can complete the quest, but he's extremely hungry and may faint. A loaf of bread could assist. Annie inquires whether he'll simply eat and vanish. He assures her he will stay. She gives him the bread, but adds a challenge. There's now a time constraint. If he doesn't succeed, he'll lose her friendship and the castle NPCs. He consents and departs. The negotiation also provides him with a new skill, bargaining. He pays no attention to it. He is clueless about completing it in less than 12 hours. A team is seeking players to chase black rabbits. He requests to join and, feeling embarrassed to say musketeer, refers to himself as a long-range shooter. They nearly turn him away due to his poor equipment, but they allow him in since it's a weak boss. Another person argues that if they perish, the mission cannot be attempted again. The leader instructs Lee Hacking to leave. He discovers that it's actually a different quest altogether. By himself, he checks his ammunition and prepares. He visits various stores and persuades NPCs to accept additional rabbit parts as well. Combining several quests simultaneously, his bargaining skills improve. He dedicates 4 hours to training with 12 remaining. He arrives there feeling drained. The musket's grip is damaged from being used as a club and may shatter. Carrying his bag of items, he suddenly hears a scream. He observes from afar. It's that previous group facing issues. The archer has perished, leaving everyone questioning whether this was truly a novice task. Mages launch their attacks, the cleric provides healing, the warrior attempts to tank, losing HP quickly. They are battling a massive black rabbit, and even a fire arrow inflicts minimal harm. Lee feels envious. Mages can cast spells in an instant while he takes ages to shoot. The tank descends, the group flees. Beneath the moonlight, the creature appears enormous. It is indeed Angus the Black. As he contemplates a plan, he observes the players sprinting and shouting at one another. He then understands that there are not one, but 2 enormous rabbits. He becomes frantic. Dying after level 5 results in losing an entire level. A single blow from something like that would take him down, particularly since even the tiny rabbits were already troublesome. Given that he has 5 quests related to these matters, he chooses to attempt it. If he doesn't succeed, he risks losing friendships with the entire town. Rise and keep in mind, a musket is designed to take down a target instantly. Being a skilled sniper, he has confidence, particularly in a reality simulating world. He allocates all his points to dexterity. When it surpasses 55, he prepares to go all in. As the other explorers dash, he captures the rabbits' focus. To give them time to flee, his assault is intense. He only requires 1 successful hit. If he fails, it's the end for all. He fills the gun, but 2 players dash directly at him with the rabbit close behind. He inquires about their reason for returning. The mage with red hair shouts for him to rush and rescue them, or it's over. He talks so much he seriously thinks about shooting them. He inhales deeply, recalls his training, anticipates the moment. The rabbits reach the mages, who fall to the ground directly in his line of sight. He fires. The bullet zips by the mage's head and hits one rabbit directly in the forehead. Falls lifeless. The cleric continues fleeing from the second one and tumbles. No time. Liha seizes the mage and dashes away. Or they will follow. She's amazed it was a single shot. Is he at a high level? He simply needed time to recharge. He didn't foresee the cleric's death. He must maintain distance until he finishes reloading. However, the rabbit eliminates the cleric and pursues them next. He believes it's finished but continues to run. A girl with blue hair emerges ahead, wielding magic. The witch instructs them to duck. Ice projectiles launch. Out and nearly struck Lee, immobilizing the creature in position. Amidst the turmoil, she inquires his name. She intends to create a party to repay him for rescuing her life. He responds. The group is established. She creates a fire tornado and hurls it at the icy rabbit. The creature ultimately perishes. Liha advances and assembles a team. He fears the item is scorched, and she claims the treasure. She clarifies that she landed the final blow, making it hers. He can retain the first one since he eliminated it alone. She grins, equitable exchange. Following the altercation, the 2 girls begin to trail Liha, which irritates him. The ice girl states her name is Ram Wayan, while he mentions the other is Ram Wajung. The fire mage finds it strange that he is unfamiliar with them. Wajung, known as Snowflake, is well known in Hong Kong. Liha inquires if they know him. When they refuse, he claims he isn't required to know anyone either. He attempts to bid farewell and depart. Ram indicates that the herb he sought is still present. He's perplexed. He heard the site was confidential and feared he might have not succeeded in the mission. Ram claims he can inform other players about it. The mage understands he's merely afraid they'll take the item. They inquire how he managed to eliminate Angus with a single shot at full HP. Liha claims it was fortunate. He earns several achievements enhancing his statistics. He claims he's beginning to grasp weaknesses and critiques. They bring him to a restaurant for a celebration. He inquires about their true identities. An NPC allowed Huajung to pass without questioning her. The fire mage identifies herself as Ram Huayan and mentions her sister, Ram Huayong. Liha is skeptical about the fire mage's abilities, noting she mostly fled during the battle. She claims she didn't choose the class name. Returning to the topic, what's the secret to that success? He claims he just fired, they don't believe. They inquire about his level, which should be elevated. Huayong mentions it was an instant kill. Given his statistics, even a critical hit wouldn't suffice. Only an instant death effect could clarify it. Liha is taken aback by her knowledge of his statistics, abilities, and equipment. Huayong claims that only someone at level 90 could have defeated that rabbit with a single blow, not 90 strength. Rank 90. He recalls a moment questioning whether he felt embarrassed to hunt in a novice zone. Now he understands. He overcame a challenge that only a level 90 could, causing the game to glitch. Questions remain, yet Huayong extends an invitation to their guild. Her sibling ranks first in the world, and the guild is well known. Despite being low level and inadequately equipped, he has the potential to progress quickly. Unexpectedly, Liha declines. He humorously mentions that his mother advised him against accepting candy from strangers. Honestly, the deal seems too amazing. Why would a leading guild choose him specifically? Despite Huajung's efforts, he claims he will investigate other guilds initially. Huayong agrees. It's preferable to agreeing to everything. She sends a friend request which he accepts. He rises, declares he will cover the bill, and expresses gratitude for saving his life. As her sister pays, Huayong continues flirting, and mentions they will reunite. They depart. He attempts to sort through everything and chooses to gather rewards with Annie. He visits an accessory store, and the vendors are amazed he defeated the rabbit in under a day. He submits another quest to the blacksmith and receives payment. He levels up once more, changes in the fitting room at a clothing store and acquires new armor. His negotiation abilities and friendships within the city increase. At last, he goes to the bakery. Annie warmly welcomes him, and even provides him with free bread. They've become familiar now. The other players think the abrupt shift is odd, particularly after her remark about his wealth. She inquires about the herbs. He gives them to her, and she nearly faints with joy. He questions their quality. She replies that the aroma is captivating. He notes they originated from rabbit droppings. He departs, completes the quest, and receives a bonus, still questioning whether all that stress was truly worthwhile. At Madame Rue's, she has already heard whispers regarding the altercation. He understands that friendship alters NPC's behavior towards him. He provides the meat and receives a lunchbox, yet she requests him to wait. Then part 2 appears. Rise and conquer the mountain's luminous bird, the sword eagle, the ultimate adversary of the Castle of Light. He must reach level 10 to unlock it. He wonders why the reward is merely food. She responds directly, expressing her desire to sell the meat in the capital, sway politicians, and generate profit. He's stunned by the game's corruption. She provides him additional food due to the rabbits. As he examines the lunchbox, he discovers it provides lasting enhancements and is a unique item, just beneath epic and distinctive. He could sell it for a nice profit. However, the label indicates it cannot be exchanged. That dampens his enthusiasm. Regardless, he expresses gratitude. It's uncommon in any case. It's wise to remain humble. Life shifts quickly. Feeling assured when Madame inquires about the eagle, he agrees right away. He departs and reviews his status. Stage 8. He requires 2 additional levels, so he begins to grind. Before that, he consumes the food he so excellent that it attracts the attention of others. He commends the GMs for the authentic texture, prepared to train, until he discovers he has no more bullets. He swears at the GMs and goes to the shop. He thinks that friendship could earn him a discount. The shopkeeper remains unfriendly and charges too much. He purchases 23 packs to conserve his funds. The shopkeeper realizes he has cash and detects a strange odor. Lee-ha claims it's rabbit meat, causing the guy to panic. It's actually bread. He recalls Annie's bread infused with that herb. The shopkeeper detects the scent and requests a piece. Lee-ha declines, stating it was difficult to obtain. The man presents a silver coin. Lee-ha requests 5, nearly jeopardizing the agreement. He engages haggle and remains firm. The shopkeeper resumes negotiations, proposing additional ammo and 2 coins. Lee-ha insists on 5, but the shopkeeper has a ceiling. After much negotiation, they reach an agreement. The bread in exchange for 70 packs of ammo. Lee-ha requests the contact information of the gunpowder supplier, and the shopkeeper complies. In reality, he rejoices, conserving gunpowder is already beneficial. He desires to become wealthy quickly to provide for his parents' needs. At the moment, he unwinds by viewing Middle-earth Diary, monitoring prices and potential quests. Commentators share updates on Middle-earth and shifts in the top 10. They discuss Rampoajong's journey through the Castle of Light, as she is quite renowned. We discover that she is the oldest daughter of the CEO of the Ramlong Group. They wonder why she would be in a starter town. During an interview, a person mentioned searching for a player to recruit. Their identity remains unknown, but they were likely quite strong. Lee-ha understands it was him and feels grateful that no one witnessed his face. However, when the commentator states that the player used a firearm, he freezes, realizing he was the only musketeer present, and collapses from his chair. To add to the situation, they shared a video of him conversing with the girls, clearly showing his face. The remarks suggest he feigned being a novice solely to attract their notice. He somewhat enjoys that theory until others begin questioning who the fool is playing musketeer now. He believes that becoming part of a guild could aid his leveling up, yet it still seems too good to be real. He chooses to return to the game and grind. In the game, he submits foxbelts, poor reward, and embarks on a new mission, track wolves. He receives a complimentary repair coupon, which is excellent because his gun stock is broken. He travels to the plains, where a danger sign is present. He waits and sits for a gathering. In that manner, he could reload, yet no one arrives. He chooses to target only solitary wolves and conserve ammunition until reaching level 10. He moves through the grass and spots a group battling. The tank maintains aggro, mages deal damage, healers support. Feeling envious, he chooses to take action. He discovers a wolf, readies his firearm with a technique he learned from television, and blazes. Direct strike, the wolf falls. Another appears with crimson eyes. He didn't notice where it originated from. His musket is nearly falling apart, so he must dodge incoming hits. He collects ammunition. Reloading takes a full minute, which is challenging with the wolf so near. He continues to reload as quickly as possible, and hardly finds time to aim. Something strange occurs. The nearby wolf doesn't hurry him. He notices the creature shifting, attempting to escape his line of sight. Hitting moving targets is challenging. Zigzagging makes him miss even at close range. He considers retreating but would forfeit the spoils from the initial wolf. All or nothing. He forges ahead. He shouts loudly to capture its attention. It functions. The wolf lunges, enraged. That was the strategy. Leiho shoots with consistent motion and grazes it. That suffices. The wolf falls, unaware of what just occurred. The shout resembled a gunshot and deceived the creature. He couldn't decide if the wolf was clever for recognizing the pattern or foolish for succumbing to the ruse. After enhancing his musket, he surveys the surroundings. Everything appears clear, until a massive shadow emerges from behind. The figure inquires about how he accomplished that. It's another character, a giant accompanying a lizard man and a crow. Leiho panics, believing they are monsters. The lizard clarifies. They are participants. He's stunned. He had only witnessed races like that online and begins to walk away. The lizard summons him again, and he says sorry. They inquire whether he hunts solo and how he managed to kill the wolves with one shot. They also ask him to come to their party. Comparable levels. Despite his anxiety, he understands they're relaxed and seeking assistance with groups of 3 wolves. They see his reload is slow and propose to provide cover. He concurs, inquiring if level 8 poses a problem. It doesn't. They begin hunting. Damage over time, the massive tanks and heals. He presents himself. The lizard is Bayimi, a mage of poison. The giant is Jingong. Li Ha inquires with his class and experiences a strange feeling of déjà vu. Then he recalls. Jing is the player who drained energy, chose a class, and unintentionally became a druid. The giant awkwardly acknowledges it. He received sympathy donations. Bayimi shifts the topic, mentioning his origins from Vietnam. Li Ha enjoys the team, despite being primarily the main damage dealer. They choose to proceed. However, the battle devolves into chaos. Jing begins shouting at the crow to strike, resembling a child engrossed in cartoons. Li Ha struggles to suppress laughter and loses concentration. Bayimi appears to be preparing a massive poison assault. Yet he merely utters something pitiful that only angers the wolves further. Li Ha struggles to aim due to his laughter at the team, yet each miss results in a complete minute of reload time. He secures his aim and shoots a wolf just before it reaches Jingongong. Another strikes. Jing lifts his hands and brings them down with a hammer strike, letting it fall. Bayimi lunges forward and plunges his sword to conclude it. 1/3 displays. Up yet Li Ha is already reloaded, and releases it with a shot. He's excited about the collaboration. His musket proficiency increases, and he reaches level 9. Bayimi offers congratulations. Li Ha expresses gratitude for the assistance. Bayimi claims it was Li Ha's harm and Jing's defense. The giant becomes uncomfortable. Li Ha is eager to complete the quest, but Bayimi advises holding off until he reaches 90% of level 9. This approach propels him directly to level 10, allowing them to undertake the Eagle mission together. He consents. They dedicate days to grinding as others observe their unusual style. Jing improves as a tank managing wolves, healing and shouting out each strike. Bayimi appears from behind, unleashing poison. Li Ha emerges from the bushes and concludes with a shot. Strange yet successful. The wild aspect is Bayimi casting on the move. Jing likens it to sprinting while balancing a full cup without spilling. Li Ha recalls that he has only witnessed that with Puizhong among the top 10. How is Bayimi achieving that at level 9? He never asks. They take a break and review XP. Bayimi mentions that the Eagle quest is suggested for levels 12 or 13, though players can grind until Li Ha reaches 10. Li Ha believed it required 5 level 12 players, while Bayimi prefers attempting it with 3 level 10s. Following additional battles, night arrives, and Li Ha finally gains sufficient XP. Bayimi and Jing attain level 10 as well. They return to town, submit their reports. The Pelts and Li Ha has finally reached level 10. Li Ha's screen turns red when he levels up. He only understands when he discovers he has finished a hidden quest, achieving 100% friendship with the town. He receives the honorary member designation, eye-catching effects that attract attention, along with additional perks like a repair coupon. Feeling overwhelmed by the attention, he runs. He lies outside the village, grumbling about being showcased. Bayimi states that only newcomers reside there. Nobody has achieved a 100% reputation. Li Ha inquires about his knowledge. Bayimi brushes it off, claiming he recognized the animation from the internet. Li Ha acts like he's purchasing it, but he's wary. Typically, quests provide only 60%. Li Ha recalls all the additional NPC tasks he completed during his hunting. Bayimi, Jing and they are astonished. They were unaware of that. Bayimi still struggles to accept that Li Ha eliminated Angus at level 5. Following that, Li Ha visits the ammunition store. Despite his reputation, everything remains costly, prompting him to haggle. An NPC attempts to describe a quest, but he is interrupted. He only desires the eagle. He receives the mission and discovers that the reward is now reputation with the kingdom, which is far more valuable. With everything prepared, the trio sets off. Along the journey, they encounter players who have failed and lost their tank. Lee Ha refers to them as campers, despite engaging in similar behavior. They disregard them and continue onward. They arrive at the gathering location with vendors and groups. Bayimi claims that poor groups require quality equipment to endure. Lee Ha recalls a resilient team that ultimately fell short and questions their chances of success. He proposes bringing in additional members. However, Bayimi claims that no one would participate, odd competition and only level 10. He then requests Lee Ha to have faith. There's a strategy for him. The dungeon portal activates. Bayimi requests protection. Huayan battles against the wolves until her sister arrives and instructs them to leave. Huayan encases all in icy fog. Huayan expresses frustration that none remain. Her sister advises conserving mana. They don't even provide XP. Huayan mocks her, claiming you froze everything merely to impress. Huayan adds that it didn't even consume 1% of her mana. Huayan expresses gratitude when her sister is carrying, making quests simpler. She reminds her that landing the final hit is essential for XP. She urges her sister to cast a more powerful spell without delay. Huayan questions the range due to flying enemies, but Huayan urges her to have faith. She begins reciting in Norse. The foes draw near, then become encircled by ice. Air and pierced by ice shards, they fall yet living. Huayan Zhang leaves the party to allow her sister to gain all the XP. Huayan launches more powerful fire arrows to eliminate them. In the dungeon, Li Hai prepares the musket. Bayimi inquires whether Jingong has a connection with nature. He does, but not for fighting, which surprises Li Hai that Bayimi is aware. The lizard man simply instructs him to trail behind. He will understand shortly. The invasion persists and the strategy begins. Bayimi covers himself in poison. Li Hai finds it crazy. Bayimi advises Jing to connect with nature and emphasizes the importance of trust. Wolves will stay away. They advance into the domain of the boss, the sword eagle. A wolf appears. Li Hai desires to perform. Bayimi advises him to calm down and approaches it directly. The creature does not strike. The strategy succeeds. The realistic AI steers clear of poison prey. As the lizard man is immune to poison, he can simply coat himself in it. Jing disguises itself as a tree. Li Ha only needs to utilize the scent of poison. Li Ha is amazed by the loophole, until a crow ascends, cawing for Jing. The disguise fails. The wolves detect the scent too late. Approximately 20 of them encircle them. Jing expresses regret and states he'll divert them while others escape. It will take him 2 days to return to the game. Li Ha won't abandon his friend. As the others converse calmly, he approaches it earnestly and begins devising a strategy utilizing the AI. He requests a moment. Jing inquires about the plan. If they delay, the wolves will strike. Li Ha prepares and declares that they are a team. If they fall, they will do so united in battle. Bayami inquires about the strategy. Given that the musket can strike only a single target at once, Li Ha reloads using 2 packs of gunpowder but without any bullets. He instructs everyone to shield their ears. He unleashes a huge blast. The other 2 nearly go deaf and grumble. Excellent, the wolves are certainly approaching, yet the pack chooses to disregard the group. Li Ha urges them to flee, promising to clarify afterward. As they flee, he reveals he employed a different method. The wolves track the scent of the gunpowder. After losing them, Bayami understands it was a distraction involving sound and scent. It succeeded due to the game's realism. Even people struggle with gunpowder at close range. He praises Li Ha's expertise and inquires if he has experienced Middle-earth previously. Li Ha believes it's clear they are actually in the game. However, Bayami shifts the topic. Jing requests they turn away while he calls forth the crow. They believe it's a hidden talent. He's simply shy. They demand to view. Left with no options, he performs a silly dance ending in a flashy pose. The other 2 burst into laughter. He claims that without the dance, it won't succeed. Summons arise from the heart. They interfere with him a little longer until the crow arrives. They ascend the mountain to confront the boss at the summit. They spot the eagle from a distance, much larger than they anticipated. Lee Ha quips that they'll soon be battling something as large as a house. The boss is 4 times larger than the other eagles. Ami describes how it begins with a dive bomb that can tear off arms. It then touches down and emits a stunning supersonic screech. They need to strike while it's in the tree. Below 30%, it cannot fly. Jing inflicts maximum damage while Ami diverts the minions. Lee Ha requests to go first. Ami prefers to eliminate the smaller birds before concentrating on the boss. Ami questions the choice of the riskier option, suggesting he may not even score from that distance. Lee Ha claims he can at 90 meters. If he fails, Ami begins casting. He instructs Jing to recline, as he plans to use his body for support. The large man transforms into a tripod. Lee Ha is not pleased with it. The eagle positions itself, anticipating the bullet's slow speed, then takes aim and shoots. Direct hit. He instructs them to relocate when it collapses. However, a notification appears. New accomplishment. He took down the eagle with 1 shot. All players advance. Musket reaches level 4. Sword gains eagle feather and +1 to stats. Jing expresses gratitude for the bonuses. Ami is in disbelief as they collect the drops. 30-second dungeon ejection. Additional accomplishments arise. One criticizing him for hunting in a novice zone. Another sniper etymology provides the skill calm heart and stat enhancements. Then another player, he becomes the second in the world to achieve this honor by entering the Hall of Fame. Before long, Ami instructs them to leave outside the dungeon. They rejoice now they are true players. Everyone in town is buzzing about the bonus rewards. Ami is curious about how he managed to eliminate the boss with 1 shot. That wasn't just any fly. Even with high DPS, it should have taken time. Buff, no crit, perhaps luck. Lee Ha mentions that if he could replicate it, he would have reached level 50 already. Ami seems skeptical and frankly, Lee Ha is confused as well. The lizard expresses regret. Jing claims they essentially struck gold as a gathering. Lee Ha recalls the sniper's creed. Never reveal your identity. He opts for a subtle approach and appoints the vice captain to lead the quest. He builds his reputation nationwide, advances in rank, and receives an invitation to the prestigious Brown Best Musketeer Academy in the capital, the finest in the continent. The captain claims he will gain much more knowledge about enemy vulnerabilities there. Lee Ha thinks it strange that the vice captain is aware of his knowledge of monster weaknesses, until he recalls the achievement that exposed it. Out of nowhere, the man embraces him firmly, expresses gratitude, and encourages him to achieve greatness. Lee Ha understands it's due to his maxed reputation, yet it remains quite awkward. Even other players find it strange. He inquires with his teammates about their destinations. Jing Gong plans to train as a druid in the Emerald Forest. Ami is off to the Tampa jungle, while Lee Ha is bound for the capital. Aile's group is finished for now. They bid farewell, vowing to reunite. Solitary. He reveals his status, numerous accomplishments, impressive stats despite solely concentrating on dexterity. He is now at level 12 with unallocated points. He discovers a skill named Calm Heart, which enhances accuracy if he remains calm for 3 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. He grumbles about its brief duration, yet believes it will get better eventually. He heads to submit the quest to Madame Rue. She identifies him, moves in too close, and addresses him by his title. She laughs, inquiring if the meat is artificial, and he insists it's real. He offers the eagle meat. She verifies it and prepares the promised lunchbox, stating her spouse felt disappointed for not having spoken to him sooner. Then the husband arrives, large and somewhat unsettling, gazing at Lee Ha rather than the meat. He embraces him tightly in gratitude, stating that only a genuine meat enthusiast could be considered a bad person. He inquires whether Lee Ha is interested in learning to cook. Lee Ha believes there isn't a chef class, but crafting skills do exist. As he can possess only 2, perhaps it's beneficial to learn recipes that provide lasting bonuses. He agrees. Chef Guillaume Mifgar vows to instruct him. A dialogue appears inquiring if he wishes to train with the esteemed chef. He agrees assuredly. He prepared meals in the army, so he'll manage. Training begins, and the chef completely ruins the dishes he prepares. The chef shouts like a reality show presenter, claiming that not even a dog would touch that. Wishing he never taught him, he continues roasting him. Li Hao refrains from shooting him to avoid a ban, so he suppresses his urge. After several dishes, it's time for another assessment. Losing his patience, Li Hao warns him that he will shoot for real if he fails him. In a surprising turn, Gue Yu endorses him, attributing it to his exceptional teacher's influence. Completely traumatized, Li Hao exits the shop, resisting the urge to return and kill the chef. Yet he does acquire the cooking skill. As he exits, he observes a vitality debuff from training. He encounters Madame Ru, who gives him the lunchbox she promised and requests another favor. He grumbles about another mission and states he won't agree until he understands what it entails. Irritated, she places another lunchbox on the table, sending food and a letter to her sister in the capital. A failure would significantly damage their friendship. Strange for a concluding mission. He inquires if he will need to battle a creature. She claims it's worse. People, possibly even killers. She laughs and claims she was joking. Given a month to complete the task, he believes he can arrive in 15 days, and he plans to visit the capital for the academy. He agrees. Ru claims the lunchbox possesses magical preservation. However, the flavor won't endure indefinitely, so ensure the delivery is perfect. He grabs both lunchboxes and departs, but initially consumes his to enhance his stats. He believes he would become wealthy if he could create things like that. Next, he examines the details on the second one. Incredibly large bonus, exclusive item, and tradable. He instantly considers putting it up for sale. In reality, he verifies the prices. It would be incredibly valuable, around 5% of the surgery cost that could restore his ability to walk. However, selling it would damage his standing with the capital. He hesitates. They're merely NPCs' coded information. Is it truly worthwhile? As he contemplates, his mother enters the room, inquiring if all is well. She inquires about his late-night presence and mentions that she has a significant dinner tomorrow, promising to prepare food for him before she leaves. Moved, Li Ha chooses to set aside thoughts of the lunchbox for the moment. He'll head to the capital and sort it out en route. In the game, he visits the ammunition store. The unusually friendly seller inquires about the herb, and Li Ha replies he couldn't find it. He inquires about the supplier they discussed. The man replies that he will be there shortly and suggests tea. As they sip, Li inquires about maps. They are a premium item costing 5 gold. He understands why people take screenshots. He'll skip it for now. The vendor has arrived. Babu. He and Li Ha gaze at each other. Li Ha requests inexpensive ammunition. Babu consents. The store proprietor attempts to remove the child to facilitate his loan negotiations. However, Babu reveals the costs. Bullets at 1 copper, gunpowder priced at 4. Li Ha understands he had been overcharged previously, and confronts the seller regarding the 15 he utilized for payment. He begins to walk away, instructing the guy to search for the herb alone. Man pleads and offers any compensation. Li Ha requests a musket. It's not happening. Thus, he chooses the costly map instead. The seller shows reluctance, but upon learning it's about the herb, he consents. Li Ha exits victorious, fully equipped with ammunition. Subsequently, he establishes a bank account to simplify his purchasing process. He recalls his cousin Qizhong and gives him a call. He mentions reaching level 12 and that they can meet in the capital. Qizhong was taken aback by how quickly the Sword Eagle was defeated and vows to give him a proper welcome. He inquires if Li Ha encountered Kuei-zhong. When Li Ha agrees, Qizhong becomes angry. Li Ha quips, "What, are you part of her fan club?" No, he aims to bring her down. He claims his guild attempted to encircle her but was swiftly defeated while she smiled. They lost levels and money, leaving him sleepless for days. Now he seeks revenge. Li Ha understands his cousin's issue, but it goes beyond that. Qizhong mentions that her sister is also damaging the economy in rural areas. The two have caused such trouble that the 5 largest guilds in the kingdom united in opposition to them. Li Ha understands that had he accepted the invitation, his cousin would likely physically confront him. They conclude the call, agreeing to speak again later. He believes many individuals confuse the game with actual life experiences. It might be wise to steer clear of guilds for the moment. He sets that aside and aims for the capital. He unfolds the map he recently purchased and discovers it functions like GPS. He reminisces about the military. A sniper equipped with a map holds the upper hand. He inspects his belongings thoroughly and continues onward. 3 hours later, his running ability has taken him far away. A notice alerts to ambushes in the vicinity. Upon entering the forest, he hears nearby combat. A knight confronts a massive grizzly bear as his companions rally behind him. Snakes are present as well. The knight employs dual shields for complete defense. Additional players rush in. Some flee while others seek loot. A raid begins to assemble, seeking high-damage players. Li Ha observes and concludes that you'd require around 20 individuals for a boss like that. He's not very useful because ranged damage is ineffective against the bear. The name of the guild is Kim Flower Petal. He finds the name strange and retreats, concealing himself behind the leader coordinates activities. Healers attend to the wounded. DPS remains near the tanks. Quite a strong arrangement for a group of strangers. An archer attracts attention. The bear growls. The impact extends to Li Ha from a distance. Everyone becomes immobilized for nearly 2 minutes. The creature rushes in to annihilate them. Even from afar, Li Ha is unable to move. He's astonished by its size, which exceeds that of an elephant. He attempts to respond, anxious, fearing he'll be seen. The sensation of immobility in his legs prompts thoughts of the actual world around him. He ponders whether the group can endure for long enough. The leader instructs the healers to dispel the effect as the bear approaches. The captain advances, holding both shields in hand, prevents the monster's strike. The captain glances and sees Li Ha holding the musket. He claims he would have extended an invitation to the party had he been aware. The mage verifies it was indeed a headshot. He thinks about drawing aggro for Li Ha to shoot again, but decides against it. Even if he connects, the child would perish during the 1-minute reload time. The bear rises, even more furious, and roars, freezing Li Ha once more. He attempts to reload, essentially unfeasible. Some survivors sprint and momentarily divert the boss's attention, but they quickly descend into the fire. In desperation, Li Ha cries out to the captain for assistance. No response, he has left. The bear completes eliminating everyone. Li Ha inhales deeply and completes the reloading process. He targets the blazing creature. He shoots. Additional headshot. The distant shot reverberates, drawing the captain's attention immediately. The team is shocked. 2 shots consecutively fired. They propose returning to assist and divide the treasure, yet the captain declines, knowing he'd be the first casualty without his shields. The final player falls. Only Li Ha remains. Nonetheless, the captain chooses to assemble reinforcements and return at a later time. Perhaps even take Li Ha's treasure. He arrives in the village, shares his story, and gathers a group of players. They come back to the location after 30 minutes. The woods are destroyed, yet the bear is absent. He claims the boss likely fled due to low HP and advises them to proceed with caution. 2 hours of searching, nada. After 3 hours, people begin to complain, believing he did it. The captain asserts that the damage indicates the bear's presence. It's merely concealed and injured. The players consent to search a little longer but caution him that if nothing is found, his reputation is finished. He begins to sweat, questioning if the musketeer truly took down the boss alone. Flashback to 4 hours prior. Li Ha continues to struggle. The bear endured the headshot and became even angrier, igniting everything in its vicinity. The paralysis fades, and Li Ha steps back to adjust. He sees the captain's team fleeing and feels irritated, yet compels himself to concentrate. He reloads while moving and dodging, an activity he rehearsed. He sets up the aim. 3 headshots should suffice. Yet the bear is already nearby. A single swipe launches him away. The game conveys just 20% of actual pain, yet it still stings. Low health, blurred sight. He attempts to hear the monster, yet the bear moves without a sound. He concentrates. The upcoming strike determines all. He recalls the sniper mantra and senses the enemy nearby. He evades and fires it at the chin. The bear stumbles away, yet it remains upright after 3 shots. Out of choices, Liha employs bayonet charge, a skill he deemed ineffective. He dashes forward and thrusts the musket into the bear's chest, tearing it further as he takes another hit and collapses. Cut to him awakening, unaware of what transpired. Notifications appear. He has acquired numerous levels. He advanced 9 class levels and his musket proficiency reached level 5. He defeated the bear, rejoicing as he gathers his spoils. The system informs him that the boss was 50 levels above him. He enters the Hall of Fame and receives bonuses to stats and damage. He's now at level 21 with plenty of points available. He invests nearly all in dexterity and a small amount in HP. He collects weapons from then. He takes the bear's drops, a complete rare initial set including cloak, hood, and boots, providing resistance to fear and fire. No weapon involved, yet a fantastic reward. As the new set surpasses all he previously owned, Liha outfits it, gaining the resistances and stat enhancements. Fits well, fully equipped now. He continues to move. Cut to Captain Kim facing intense ridicule. The footage of him fleeing became a sensation. In reality, he's as large as his avatar and often pounds his keyboard in frustration. Unaware that Liha was the one who killed the bear, he vows to track down the culprit. He has suspicions about the protagonist but believes there's no chance he could have defeated the boss solo. Nevertheless, he chooses to investigate further. Liha remains composed as he returns to the game. With fire resistance, he might withstand Wayan's magic. He contemplates his cousin and the possibility of encountering the sisters later on. He unfolds the map. Bayami and Jingong are distant. While the sisters travel to the Gamsabong kingdom, his stomach rumbles. He's famished. He hunts bears and has since reached level 23. He discovers one, assesses the wind and range, and fires, merely to nibble. Strangely, the bear remains unresponsive. The initial set prevents other bears from attacking him. On the second attempt, he lets it fall and gathers the loot. At this rate, he'll reach level 30 before the capital. A white cub is observing another bear, extremely adorable and clings to his clothing. Liha comes to terms with possibly having killed its mother and feels remorse. He is unable to shoot it. Rather, he provides it. Loaf, the cub's joyful. Honestly, it seems like it might become a future pet. He attempts to. He turns to leave, but her sad gaze halts him. He exhales, lifts the small bear and contemplates the next steps. He contacts his cousin Kijin and Ong, informing them he'll arrive late in the capital. His cousin advises him to watch out for bears, completely disregarding studying to focus on playing raids. Liha inquires about having pets in the game, while Kijin assumes he refers to a horse. He inquires about controlling wild creatures. According to his cousin, it's nearly unfeasible without a tamer class since monsters view humans as foes. Nonetheless, the cub continues to hold on to him. He inquires whether he can rear a cub like a child. Kijin replies that cubs are uncommon and yield the same EXP as adults. Thus, individuals tend to eliminate them first. Liha feels disheartened, bids farewell, and vows to reunite with his cousin in the capital. He gazes at the cub on the ground and exhales. If he abandons it, another player will collect it. Thus, he chooses to bring it along. Following day, he attains level 24 while bear hunting. He observes the cub also earns EXP and develops. He continues gathering drops for sale, until a shimmering serpent appears, nibbles his leg and glides away. Inflicts 50 damage every 10 seconds for 3 minutes. He lives but has very little HP remaining. The cub discovers and eliminates the snake. Liha embraces the bear. It then swiftly begins to rip into the snake as if showing no mercy. Subsequently, it expands at an alarming rate. Soon it transforms into a mountain. The following day, the bear has grown massive, and Liha is atop it. Other players strike him repeatedly, mistaking him for a monster, prompting the protagonist to intervene. He understands that issues await him in the capital. Upon his arrival, the guards obstruct the entrance due to their fear of the bear. Liha attempts to clarify it's safe. The bear then bites a nearby head, causing everyone to flee. Unable to enter, he chooses to depart instead. He listens to locals questioning why anyone would choose to ride a bear over a horse. And that sparks an idea for him. He inquires whether it can operate quickly. The bear departs immediately. The two of them hurry toward the capital, steering clear of crowds. They approach Alestock 2 days later. Upon seeing the castle, he reflects on his lunchbox, the academy, and the upcoming reunion with his cousin. Dismount the bear and proceed walking, however. Moving at a slow pace isn't beneficial. Simply approaching is sufficient to induce panic in players upon spotting a massive bear. Liha attempts to clarify that he has cared for the bear since it was a cub, but no one pays attention and instructs him to retreat against the walls. NPC guards arrive and prepare to launch an attack. Irritated, he cautions that anyone approaching the bear will be shot. The mages disregard him, unleashing fire and ice. Liha shoots to intercept and observes something unusual. A mage enters, lifts a sacred shield, and initiates an anti-magic area. The projectile and the flash momentarily blinds everyone. As vision returns, a knight commands Liha to put down his weapon. Causing trouble in Alestock is not permitted. They are sacred warriors. He claims it was a miscommunication and no one will face consequences. However, if Liha takes another shot, forgiveness will not be granted. Liha claims they initiated the attack. The knight consents, yet the bear's presence created turmoil. Nonetheless, he is allowing it to pass. The female mages receive a caution. Offensive spells are prohibited in the capital, yet they aim to safeguard the civilians. The knight scatters the crowd. Liha departs, feeling relieved, with the bear. Until they return his call, they request that he accompany them for a brief moment. He believes it's a trap. The knight identifies himself as Sir Sindegard, vowing on his honor not to harm Liha or the bear. Liha consents, though still perplexed. Sindegard instructs Sir Degram to lead him around the city. Lacking options, he goes along. While walking, Sindegard comes to a realization. The sacred shield meant to block any assault fractured from Liha's strike. That oath grants Liha success and an additional 50 reputation on the continent. Degram pauses to inquire about the bear. He mentions he is aware that Liha is an honorary member of the Castle of Lightguard, so there's no need for such suspicion. Sindegard reappears, asserting that someone of his nature would never create problems. Liha inquires how they recognized him as an honorary guard member. Sindegard replies that they are aware of his dedication to the kingdom's welfare. The main character understands that his reputation for quests earned the knight's trust. Thus he narrates the entire tale. His journey to the city included discovering and taming a bear along the way, and how he overcame several bears, including one known as the Bear of Agony. Sindegard understands the bear is domesticated, but he cannot allow it near the Alestock. A massive bear would incite widespread fear. A soldier states that bears should coexist with fellow bears and proposes returning the cub to its natural habitat. Liha pauses. It's difficult to distinguish a domesticated bear from a wild one, leading some players to potentially attack it. Left with no option, he consents to free the bear right away. The small one appears puzzled. Degram inquires about his name before departing. Liha the swordsman. The two knights grow angelic wings and ascend, declaring they won't forget that name, even though it's somewhat amusing. They vanish into the sky, making the protagonist envious of their absurd aura. Liha brings the bear beyond the city. They continue walking until dark. The bear embraces him. Liha suggests it's best to separate. He recalls their time together, brief but meaningful. Attached, and walks away, leaving the bear feeling forlorn. Out of nowhere, the bear bites his hand, startling him. Why? The bear begins to lick the injury, and then it glows vividly. A milestone arises, a soul connection forms. That bear will always be remembered. Liha becomes the third participant in the game to achieve this. He receives enhancements and is inducted into the Hall of Fame. The bear weeps. Liha vows he will always remember him. He pleads with the bear to avoid being hunted, but at that size it's likely to be the hunter. They part ways. Liha experiences an odd sensation. He didn't feel this way when he parted from Bayami. He mindlessly kicks a stone. The stone strikes a wolf that howls and lunges. A new skill emerges before it strikes. He can call upon the bear's spirit at will, regardless of its demise. The summon is at half his level, yet it can become more robust. In the meantime, the bear integrates with the others and swiftly assumes a leadership role. Liha returns to the city and arrives there by morning. All inventory is packed. He questions how he is meant to locate his cousin. He gives him a call. His cousin clarifies that the capital is the place where everyone heads when they lack other options, making it perpetually busy. Liha inquires about his location. Kijong mentions he's at the southern entrance and has been waiting for ages. Liha is unsure of its location, but his cousin reassures him not to fret. The gate lacks any landmarks regardless. It appears Kijong was beside him the entire time. Liha feels irritated and questions why he remained silent. Kijong mentions he merely wanted to observe him. After reprimanding him, Liha realizes something. His cousin is far better equipped than he anticipated. Kijong states that it's typical for a top-tier player to utilize that. He glances at the main guy's bear set and inquires whether he purchased it or took the drop. Liha insists he's not a loser. He acquired it through hunting. His cousin doubts he became that strong so quickly. Another player arrives and introduces himself. Hyan, a mage with red hair, claims to have heard much about Liha. Kijong Liha was an actual sniper with significant potential, which makes Kijong feel somewhat embarrassed. Liha feels a sense of pride. His cousin is a decent person, though he doesn't always demonstrate it. Another member arrives and identifies the set. He commends him. Defeating the bear boss at that level is incredible. The child presents himself as Susuk. When asked if he's Japanese, he replies he's not. He merely named himself after a rather recognizable character. Kijong inquires about the boss. Susuk clarifies it gained popularity due to a video featuring a tank panicking and fleeing. That was Captain Kim. Susuk observes something about Lihi's set, yet he chooses not to mention it. Kijong then presents another player, Tail. He claims he contacted everyone to assist Lihi's leveling up. The entire group freezes when they inquire about Lihi's level 25. They murmur to Kijong that he was meant to be a novice. Kijong inquires if it's accurate. Lihi confirms it. He has done some hunting since their last encounter. Haikin calculates. If he eliminated the Sword Eagle, his level should be approximately 12. It's illogical that he advanced over 10 levels. He requests Lihi's number, mentioning that they will be spending a significant amount of time together. The remaining members of the group request it as well. Haikin concludes. They have other matters to attend to, and Kijong refers to him as the guild master. They bid farewell and create a portal, leaving the cousins behind. Kijong feels envious. Teleportation is better than walking. He urges Lihi to reveal all and assures him a snack in return. They are in a pub. Kijong admires his cousin's talent and the achievement of defeating a field boss. He believes it's achievable at his level with high musket damage and critical hits on weak spots. He discusses the failed bear raid. The team lacked cohesion, leading to disarray and the mission's ultimate collapse. He recalls the captain fleeing, leaving the bear fixated on the remaining players. However, that allowed Lihi to take aim without being the target. Given the musket's damage and the bear nearly defeated, Kijong confesses. His cousin truly murdered the boss. He's amazed and recalls a guild archer who missed every shot until he reactivated the auto-aim feature. They discuss. Kijong questions, if the musket has a range of only 40 meters, how could Lihi have shot the bear from that distance with a single shot? Lihi clarifies that it wasn't a single shot. It was 3. He concluded with a bayonet charge after exhausting his ammunition. Kijong can't understand how the bear remained upright after that. Then Lihi reveals a shocking truth. He has been hunting without any aim assist. Why? to truly master the game. With aim assist, your precision is limited to 50%. Without it, your true aiming skills matter. Kijong becomes angry when he hears all 3 shots were headshots, wishing he had mentioned it earlier. Still impressed, he inquires whether Lee Hee wishes to participate in the guild. Lee Hee declines, not at this moment. Kijong persists. His guild ranks among the most powerful on the server, which is the reason he connected Lee Hee with the elite members. The renowned leader appears on television, ranking in the top 8 in Korea and top 40 globally. One of his spells easily eliminates foes. Lee Hee remains unfazed. He has already encountered Waijong, who is ranked 9th globally. He inquires about his cousin's rank. Kijong awkwardly confesses, Master Templar K, top 100 in Korea. He begins to boast. Lee Hee must restrain himself from shooting him. A global rank of 500 isn't impressive. Out of 100 million players, indeed it is. He's just 2 levels shy of 200, and the level cap is much higher than it appeared. Lee Hee is taken aback. Kijong mentions he will show him the capital after they eat, prior to the academy. At the guild, Tail bids farewell and departs for a mission. Departing, leaving Sasuke and Heen together. Heen wishes to speak alone, and inquires if anyone's observing. Sasuke employs his ocular abilities and verifies, no one. Heen praises him. Few manage to evade his notice. They gaze at a picture of Lee. It's clearly him, even with different equipment. Level 25 confirmed. They determine statistics indicate he's not inexperienced. Heen inquires whether he saw his accomplishments, but he did not. Heen claims the Ram Witches are employing the musketeer against the guild, and he won't be deceived. Feeling trapped, Sasuke expresses uncertainty about whether they are aware that Kei and Lee are cousins, or if they are attempting to extract information from them. The redhead refers to him as an idiot. Those questions were rhetorical. What frustrates him is the uncertainty of the witch's next action. Sasuke claims he was able to view the child's title. Which one? Fearless. It provides an attack boost, obtainable solely by defeating a creature 20 levels above you. Heen believes the sisters must have a lot of trust in him since they allowed him to deliver the final blow. Thus, the Korean player they signed can solely be the shooter, the sole musketeer at that tier in the game. He believes the girls are assisting the protagonist, but Sasuke argues they cannot be certain. Heen insists, just days ago he was an inexperienced, broke individual, and now he's at level 25 without any legendary hunts. The equipment he utilized is uncommon. There's no chance he achieved it without his sister's assistance. Sasuke proposes that perhaps he acted alone. Heen bangs the table. A level 12 stands no chance against Igonia Oso solo. They boost his stats with an item and he panics. Lee-ha lacks the intelligence to orchestrate this. It was arranged several days prior. He kicks the table, commanding them to increase the bounty for capturing the sisters and to dispatch Kei to monitor his foolish cousin. Prior to departing, he advises Sasuke to be cautious with Kei and to continue observing Lee-ha. That's the reason he was included. He indicates a direction, utilizes objects to conceal your position, and maintain discretion. Sasuke simply nods as the redhead sketches a magic circle. Wearing a strained smile, Heen inquires if he appears approachable. Yes. He gazes into his eyes, a dreadful liar. Sasuke falls silent. Heen embraces him and apologizes before they teleport. Later in the city, Kei and Lee-ha observe a system screen. Kei remarks on the outrageous cost of the map, while Lu attempts to determine their location. They are located in an alley. Lu mentions that studying maps is fundamental for snipers. Understanding the terrain is essential. Kei proposes they go to the academy. Lu inquires about the quest Kei referred to earlier, the Holy Grail quest. Upon reaching level 100, I visited Candle Castle to review the quest list, but it was missing. Lu finds it strange as Kei returned there at that level. Kei avoids it and remarks that no one would purchase that lunchbox. Upon reflection, Lu understands that there isn't a restaurant by that name in Ailstock. Locals simply eat from their lunchboxes. He believes losing connection won't be too painful. He can retrieve it in Ailstock without needing to return to Candle Castle. He considers that if he completes the mission first, Perhaps a branch will open in the capital and alter the. KK suggests they should eat the lunchbox now, as it would provide 4 levels. Could take weeks, perhaps months. He persists. Leveling up is challenging, so just accept it. Time is valuable. Suddenly, he has a thought. Liha is astonished. Sell the product. As garments hang on a line, they converse quietly. It would be pointless to merely consume it, and hoarding food is equally illogical. Reflecting on his mother, Liha ponders it. Selling it might cover her surgery costs and provide assistance. Home. Kay proposes speaking with the guild leader to locate a buyer, and Liha grins, choosing to accompany him. What could possibly go awry? Kay begins his sales pitch, stating he has already decided. Liha mentions he will consider it. Kay feels irritated, believing Li had agreed. I never stated that. What is there to deliberate? Sniper gear. Li urges him to maintain the item's confidentiality, while Kay responds that he's in college, not foolish. Then someone remarks on how lovely it is to see them again. 2 sacred knights approach. One welcomes them with both hands, the other merely waves. Kay is anxious, questioning what Li did to be pursued. Nothing. They bicker over nighttime responsibilities until Li tells his cousin to be quiet and greet him. He presents the pompadoured individual as Sir Cinderella. The large man appears bewildered, while the other begins laughing uncontrollably. Amid laughter, he presents himself as Sir Diagram. He attempts to clarify, stumbles, laughs once more, and his partner, Cinderguard, corrects him. Li acknowledges the confusion, expresses regret, and inquires about their needs. They remain silent, merely passing through to greet. Li is not convinced. He claims the bear has already been set free in the southern forest. Cinderguard grins, always confident in him, and appreciates his cooperation. He then gazes at Kay, a member of the Starlight Guild, Master Kay. They commend the guild's efforts in the northwest and grasp his hand. Kay's shaking. He only wanted to improve. Diagram insists they must return to their tasks. Li is taken aback. They genuinely came just to greet him. Cinderguard verifies, just a brief greeting. As they depart, Kay stands there with his mouth agape. It's his first conversation with sacred guards. Convinced, Kay ponders whether it was due to his notoriety or the guild symbol. Then it dawns on him they weren't there for him. They supported Liha, who lost control. How could they recognize the musketeer when even he, at a high level, couldn't? Li clarifies that they arrived to see if he had let the bear go, prompting Kay to request the complete story, which Li shares. Upon hearing this, Kay acknowledges it makes sense, yet he finds it strange that they have more knowledge about his cousin than about him. His fame is already at level 150, while Li's is only 80, despite the level difference. Kay panics. There's no way someone has such a high reputation at that level. I only completed quests. Li maintains that there is no unique strategy for grinding reputation before reaching level 200. Kay's worn out from trying to comprehend. They continue walking. Kay expresses her curiosity about his next move, while Li remarks that he plays with seriousness to make a living. Kay recommends enhancing combat abilities, yet Li spots a structure. A wooden structure, Musketeers' Academy. They remark on its evident state of disrepair. Kay recalls that the pleasant academy they previously saw was owned by the tankers. Li expresses frustration over the unfairness, while Kay explains that multiple classes utilize one academy, making theirs superior. He gives him 2 gold coins along with supplies, advising him not to sell the armor just yet. Li expresses gratitude while managing everything, 2 coins valued at $200. Kay mentions she'll be completing quests and he can reach out to her if necessary. Li grins. Li chooses to train. He pushes open the academy door, dim and deserted, calling out if anyone's present. He observes items strewn about, resembling a ghostly cabin. A shadow looms behind him, a weapon pressed to the back of his neck. Don't move, not a word. Follow my instructions, and you'll stay alive. Li understands this isn't an ordinary musketeer. He hadn't even sensed his presence. The bearded man instructs him to talk without shifting his body. Li lifts his hands, states his name, and claims to be a musketeer. Who sent you? No one. The man's eyes brighten at the mention of the recommendation letter from Diet, the head of the Candle Castle Guards. Take 3 steps forward slowly, or you might find yourself having tea with Queen Elizabeth II. Lee was impressed. The perfect distance kept him out of reach yet still within his sights. Lee places the letter on the ground as instructed, mentions the gun lacks powder, and inquires if he can hold the shotgun. Don't even consider it, step back 3 paces. He quips that Lee will take a bite if he ignores him. The stranger crouches down, retrieves the letter, and remarks that with such an attitude, he must be both an outsider and a musketeer. The bearded man references Lee's accomplishments, leading Lee to understand this must be an NPC. With a bearded hat and scarred skin, the man instructs him to follow. Before long, they find themselves in a room, the bearded man's firearm resting on the table, and Lee questions why it's only the 2 of them in an academy. The man yells, "Be quiet and sit." Lee complies right away. It brings back memories of a sergeant from his earlier days. He chooses to approach it as a military academy. The man exclaims, "Wow, it is impressive." Peruses the letter filled with compliments and encouraging words. Had no idea G could produce so much. Lee expresses gratitude to him. The man folds it and throws it away. Compliments are pointless. Resting on the table, he asserts that for a musketeer, only skill matters, not ethics. Lee concurs, ethics merely conserves time. You consent due to those mediocre accomplishments. No, the man slams his foot down, irritated. Great, this will be simple. He instructs Lee to rise and passes him the firearm to evaluate his accuracy. While walking, Lee reflects that muskets lack sights, finds it an odd method of instruction, and questions why it seems like a test. Anyone may join the academy post level 10. Then a notification appears, entrance exam. Failing leads to rejection. He becomes anxious, uncertain about the nature of the test or the potential reward. Are you going to quit, coward? He declines and agrees. In the training area, there are targets and straw dummies. He becomes thrilled. It's strange that you can train to level 200 yet still face rejection. Nonetheless, it is logical. An ineffective sniper jeopardizes the entire team's safety. He believes it's training for adaptability, not breaking under stress. Gripping the weapon correctly, Lee contemplates resuming the quest, but lets it fall. He won't give up. Resolute, he confronts the field. The man with a beard laughs. His anxious expression is amusing, and cautions him that if he fails, he'll never return there again. As the wind gusts, Lee gauges the target to be approximately 40 meters away, a typical range for him. The evaluator presents 3 tests: speed or penetration. Failing means it's finished. Assistance can be requested in advance. Lee believes speed and accuracy are clear, yet he fails to grasp penetration. He opts for accuracy, his strength. The man with a beard smiles. This will be enjoyable. Lee lifts his hand. How many individuals have gone? The man appears bewildered. Just 2. Lee is astonished by the game's assists. Just 2. And how many attempted? The man tilts his hat. I recall not just cowards and incompetence, but over 1,000. Lee becomes increasingly anxious. 10 million players and only 2 succeeded? The evaluator strolls through the field, moving past the targets. Lee assumes the dummy beside him is the target, but it's not. He continues walking further until he approaches a stone wall. According to Lee, 55 meters. Still achievable. However, there is no goal. The man gestures. Trapped in the wall, a small blue feather once adorned his hat. Lee begins to sweat profusely. He finally understands why few people succeed. In reality, he shot further but at much larger targets, attempting to maintain composure. It's wild that anyone can achieve that. The man with a beard is already seated on a bench behind him. You may begin. Lee inhales deeply. He cannot retreat. There's just a single path. He engages the sync shift. A notification pops up, and lights encircle Lee's hat. He instructs it to boost the range to the maximum. A different message, 50% accuracy assured. He believes it relies on his senses now. New alert, precision adjusted to the maximum level. The system alerts that the change may impact gameplay. What about the risks? Affirmative. Lights illuminate his figure. Examining his senses, everything appears clearer. He throws a round into the air and places the musket on the ground. "Tap loading?" the bearded man inquires. The elderly man replies that if it were a speed test, he'd have already failed. Lee assumes his shooting position 55 meters away from a small target. The feather is hardly visible at all. He relaxes, believing he can succeed. He visualizes it as a target 250 meters distant. The assessor observes. The child is determined and brave. Lee steadies his aim. The feather becomes increasingly clearer. Focused mind. The surroundings fade away. The target becomes his sole focus. Finger presses the trigger. The shot slices through the air, wind swirling around him. Lee takes a deep breath. He struck it. The bullet pierces the feather and even damages the wall behind. He rejoices internally. The evaluator is astonished. "Great shot." Lee's astonished that the guy can see so far. He can hardly see it himself. "You won't check, no time available." The elderly man tweaks his hat, grinning despite finding him bothersome. Notifications appear. He aced the exam, ranking among the top 3, earning numerous bonuses along with 40 reputation points and a significant boost in agility. He's excited, at last understanding why the reward was hidden. "Stop hesitating and come in now," the grumpy one insists. Lee rushes in, thrilled. Following that, the man fills a silver cup with an orange beverage. "You pleased?" "Absolutely." The man without eyebrows claims that his talent is the reason for his annoyance. Lee disagrees, citing luck. The bearded man shares Yoda-like insight. Fortune doesn't accompany the inept. Only the capable are blessed to walk alongside it. He sips as Lee ponders. The accomplishment stated that Browless ranks among the top 3 musketeers globally. The elderly man states that boldness soothes the mind, and a tranquil mind enables accurate actions. A burst of the shot through the plume. He grins. Perhaps there's truly a brain in that head. He mentions that had Lee arrived sooner, he could have trained him to join the 3 musketeers. Lee finds the name odd but chooses to overlook it. "You're still in diapers, baby." The elderly man throws him a blue package. "What is it?" "Ammunition. Valued at 10 silvers. Lee is astonished by the prize. Fundamental training is ineffective. Skill is what counts. "Thanks, Lee." Browless advises him against it, warning that it only worsens. He adjusts his hat. "We're off to hunt spiders." Lee receives the new quest and feels irritated. There's no welcoming committee, only freelance tasks. Spider hunting offers minimal XP for his level. There are bats in there as well. Why is that? He negotiates. He aims to eliminate bats as well. The elderly man believes he's being arrogant, yet Lee maintains. He understands the distinction between confidence and arrogance, and he'll complete quickly. Browburst contemplates it, then unlocks the door. "All right, you may grab a few bats." Lee is excited. He then requests a favor. If he completes the quest, he wishes to acquire a new skill. The elderly man's expression becomes stern. He then commands to eliminate 30 spiders and 30 bats within 12 hours. If you fail, you forfeit the rewards. Lee nearly tumbles. He barely manages to get a complete day. He attempts to bargain. "Are you backing out now?" Lee signals approval. "I'm heading out." He sprints away, believing it resembles stock market investing. Significant risks lead to substantial rewards. The bearded man mumbles to himself. The child amuses. Lee runs continuously, taking 3 hours to reach the forest and another 3 to return. It's not only about killing. He must gather 30 drops from every monster. Tracking down 60 will be challenging. However, the elderly man has faith in him, so he will succeed. He moves through a crowd seeking a celebration. No time to waste. Directly west. Gate. A person suggests collaborating for the watchtower. He halts. That name sounds familiar. He recalls the Ram sisters. Consults the map. It's beyond the Sentinel Mountains. Insanely distant. He begins to run once more. That region is likely the Fire Ram's domain, aided by the Ice One. Jealousy stirs within him. He assures himself that he will soon catch up to them both. At night, he pauses to regain his breath. He completed 3 hours in just 45 minutes. He expresses gratitude for his boots and believes he can return at the same speed. He hears sounds. Gamers are setting up camp, debating over creatures. Spiders lurk. They're quicker during daylight. Bears are simpler. He thinks about teaming up but overhears them suggest it's wiser to wait for dawn. Bats rest. Two of them caution him that it's risky to venture alone. No time. He walks into the woods. The others begin wagering on how long he will endure. 1 silver until dawn. 2 hours. 1 hour. He listens to everything, irritated but continues onward. Impudent. He aims his firearm into the shadows. There's no turning back at this point. Beneath the moonlight, he hides among the trees. Weapon ready. He pushes his limits. Reloads in 63 seconds with eyes shut. He aims for improvement. He perseveres in his bag and retrieves a lengthy torch. With illumination, it descends to 50. The torch ignites to. A hideous spider falls directly before him, shrieking loudly. As others quiver and move in the glow, he drops the barrel. Bang. The crimson spider falls immediately. Another nearby remains vigilant. Quietness. The pair appears to be contemplating their next move. Lee reloads in a freak out as the object attempts to escape. It bolts and then a fresh shot strikes it from behind. He breathes out. Reloading has indeed sped up. The spider shrieks. With heightened sensitivity, everything seems more unpleasant. He nearly feels remorse for it. He examines the corpse. Empty list. Drop rate below 50%. Awful. He cocks the firearm once more. He still has over 10 hours left. Time to seize the opportunity of. At the camp, they believe Lee is already deceased, and the wagers are deemed futile. A man proposes exploring the forest to investigate. Someone else fears the creatures. The silver-haired individual merely desires a brief glance. Verify the demise and collect the cash. He smirks, contemplating the child's pricey attire. If he perished, it likely fell. He even thinks about employing the others as human shields. The two friends are anxious archers. As a mage, he conjures 3 fireballs to illuminate the path ahead. Nothing appears. No monsters at all. Strange, not a single one. Additionally, there are no items that dropped. They choose to continue onward. An archer aims at something. In the distance, a greenish lake bubbles and emits smoke. Is that a swamp? They wonder if this is a cruel prank. There was never a swamp there previously, so why was that sight so repulsive? The mage understands that it's not a swamp, but rather a collection of fluids from the corpses of all the slain mobs. He falls to his hands and knees, retching as his stomach churns. The archers pull him away. This isn't the moment. They must escape from there. A cry of pain pierces the woods. The archers stiffen and urge the mage to focus, sensing that something is amiss. An extra turns around upon hearing strange sounds and becomes visibly pale. A group of red eyes observes the trio intently. One of them shouts that it's illogical for everything to respawn simultaneously, and one of the spiders jumps forward. The mage halts. If the foes are regrouping, something is amiss. Within moments, they're enveloped by spiders and enormous bats. And then they understand the main character eliminated all of them in a single strike. In another location, a hand clutches the handle of a silver mug. Is browless, alone at the Musketeer Academy, sipping and contemplating as time slips away. Abruptly, something grabs the attention of the bearded man. He pivots instinctively. An instant later, he has his gun barrel pointed at someone's back. Stay still. Viewed from a different perspective, the grump can be seen gesturing at the protagonist once more, oblivious to it, reciting the same tired speech. He should remain silent. Li Ha turns to him. Are we really going to relive all that just because I left and returned? The elderly man's eyes widen in realization of who it is. How could this have occurred? Li Ha lets a hefty cloth bundle fall to the ground, overflowing. Here's everything you requested. Spider legs, bat fangs, all of it. He grins, pretending he didn't nearly burst from the pressure of completing the quest. I also brought 2 extras just in case. The older man opens it, examines it, and simply gazes. You returned? Li Ha scowls, somewhat hurt by the absence of trust. The chief musketeer begins calculating mentally, reminiscent of that Nazer meme, attempting to understand how someone managed to hunt over 500 mobs in that time frame. He gazes at the rookie's bewildered expression and thinks, no chance. To achieve that, he would need to have fired over 500 times without pausing. In an attempt to conceal his breakdown, he simply mutters, impressive. A system alert appears. Liha checks it, quest accomplished. He even received a bonus for exceeding expectations, which makes the situation even more astonishing. The older man mutters that he's unsure how many bullets were fired, but it was beneficial practice. He then throws Li a silver coin. A new skill arrives with another notification. Eagerly, Liha opens the message and begins reading. He can now reload weapons with a 30-second decrease. This effect endures for 5 minutes and is usable every 6 hours. He shuts the window and promptly asks, "What's the next assignment?" The boss clears his throat. "Before we proceed, we need to discuss something, as if it's trivial." He inquires, "How did you manage to track and retrieve all this?" Liha blinks, confused as to why that's even a question. The elderly man starts to sweat profusely. "I calculated it, and this is unfeasible for a novice." "Did you pilfer these items? Acquire them from someone?" Liha grins, a hint of mischief. "Are you sure you want to know?" He intertwines his fingers, places his elbows on the table, and inhales deeply, preparing to clarify. "I simply merged the abilities I possess and aim to create something original from them." In the woods, during the flashback, a red spider falls lifeless. A small bat is down as well. Exhausted and leaning on a tree as more mobs disintegrate, the protagonist acknowledges that this approach is far too slow. He lacks any valuable abilities, no high-speed machine gun gimmicks. Taking them down individually is time-consuming, and to make matters worse, the loot is laughable. For creatures for a single item, he assesses his haul. Tranquil mine, bayonet strike, and cannon, still focused on one target at a time. He might attempt to line up mobs, but he lacks the knowledge to accomplish it. Numerous foes can be penetrated by the bullet. What he requires is straightforward, an AoE attack, and there must be a smart method to escape this predicament. He understands he stands in a clearing where 5 trails intersect, ideal for splash damage. He recalls his ice-witch companion and experiences a slight twinge of jealousy. Mages likely possess numerous abilities similar to that. A musketeer? At his level, nothing significant. However, there was one impressive aspect during that time. He recalls the eagle pursuit, the smoke of gunpowder. It wasn't a talent, yet it was effective. It even scared wolves away. He believes that when lacking a skill, you should create one. Using this nearly smiling Misa style, he chooses to give it a shot at least once. He begins preparing something using his hands, looking around. Should function. He ensures to check that no other players are around. Draped in his red cape, he stands by a severed tree trunk, resting his weapon on it, as if he's ready to launch an absurd master scheme. He breathes out deeply, stomps forcefully on the grass, and propels himself forward. Aim for a large red spider, all jaws. "I'll begin with you." A keen leg lifts, poised to cut. Lee Hack monitors the movement, consistent. The spider swings, and he drops to his knees just in time to evade the strike. He leaps up and spins, activating the bayonet strike with precision. The musket's tip strikes forcefully against the mob's chest. Spider fluid disperses widely, the bayonet embedded in the exoskeleton. The spider emits a dreadful screech. Internally, he nearly rejoices. Sure, yell louder, and he bolts down the woodland trails, pulling the shrieking spider as if it were a horn. The woods come alive. Out of nowhere, red spiders scurry in all directions, while enormous bats are furious for being pulled from. Sleep. Li Hao takes a bold action, blasts the horn, and sprays gallons of vibrant green liquid all around. The bright fluorescent hue will attract everyone's attention. It certainly does, as the monsters pursue him relentlessly. And the sound awakens additional monsters that merge into the swarm. The shooter bolts away, fleeing for his life with half the forest trailing behind. The entire forest pursues the child, famished and relentless. His sole thought is clear. If I stumble, it's over. Countless monsters are right behind me. A spider jumps and narrowly avoids hitting his head. Li Hao escapes by a whisker. They're closing in fast. Fear sets in. He attempts to extend his pace, but he senses it. In this way, he's frustrated. He clenches his jaw and pushes himself to consider. There's still a solution. He engages quick boots. That mission is far too crucial to fail. Then he notices it. He's approaching the location, the familiar severed trunk. He clutches the weapon tightly. The finish line is just within reach. With a swift movement, he turns to face the trunk, placing it between himself and the crowd. He focuses and initiates a tranquil mindset. His gaze shifts, and his aim becomes incredibly precise. The shot hits a small point atop the trunk, creating sparks. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that it was a fuse, and the trunk held gunpowder. The sparks dash within. A moment later, a colossal blast engulfs the clearing. Flames eliminate spiders and bats completely. A crater gapes in the earth, ablaze. Pillars of dark smoke ascend into the nighttime sky. Li Hao retreats, effectively protecting his face from the smoke and the odor of charred meat. Wearing a suit, he offers a crooked little smile. I knew it. The crater transforms into a complete barbecue of bats and spiders. He acknowledges it detonated like a landmine. The explosion radius was extensive, resembling that of an M18 claymore. He runs his fingers through his hair, grateful he placed additional gunpowder in critical areas and that he narrowly escaped the explosion. He holds his weapon firmly and exhales. It's worth it. He shouts in celebration, I accomplished it. Flashback ends. We're back in Bralus' room. The bearded man looks at him in disbelief. So, you just created a bomb? Li Hao merely shrugs in response. Indeed. He begins to describe what a claymore mine is. It wasn't flawless, it was spontaneous, yet it functioned in a similar manner. Fortunately, he possessed sufficient ammunition and equipment to strike the targets. Bralus murmurs slowly, Claymore. As if he discovered fire, he raises the cup to his lips once more, gazing at the small glass of orange juice glimmering. You're unique. He places the cup on the table, beaming widely. An intriguing newcomer, indeed. Li Hao awkwardly expresses his gratitude while standing before the table filled with various items. Bralus lifts a hand. Before expressing gratitude, consider this. Li Hao appears puzzled as he inquires what that indicates about his performance, questioning if it was truly something a musketeer would undertake. The bearded man brings it to his mind. This journey was meant to enhance your shooting skills. Li Hao agrees. I understand, and I practiced shooting extensively at the beginning. Bralus squints. Perhaps you did, but don't attempt to outsmart me. Li Hao swallows hard. Understood. I'll exercise more caution. Bralus rises from the table, fixing his feathered hat. You still haven't responded to my question. Li Hao pauses briefly as he echoes the question. What exactly is the role of a musketeer? The kid responds, attempting to be witty. Sure. But what do you mean by role? Let me provide an example. Bralus folds his arms. Recall that event from 20 years back, when monsters invaded the city during the Second War. Li Hao acknowledges it. He retrieves the information he studied on Middle-earth's page. A coalition of realms opposing a horde of beasts, with formidable leaders on each side. Ultimately, it makes no difference who the adversary is. The result invariably lies with the one who leads more effectively. A musketeer is merely one component in everything. Li Hao gazes upward with determination. In such a conflict, the musketeer's function is akin to that of a sniper. Bralus looks intrigued. What makes you think that? A dull explanation appears. Human army structure. Li Hao summarizes it. If a general falls, another immediately steps in on the human side, ensuring the battle continues without interruption. However, monsters typically lack such organization. Thus, the most effective strategy is clear: eliminate their leaders. Produces instability, chaos, a power void. We seize the moment and strike them hard. Bralus falls silent, his eyes half closed as he murmurs, nearly to himself. This is how I established the Musketeer Academy. Li Hao blinks, confused. What? Bralus turns away, taking his coat. Don't stress, it's not significant. A quest alert appears in Liha's system. Based on what I gather from Browless, he claims there's nothing more I can instruct you on. However, he mentions that he has one additional thing for you, apart from the new quest. The objective is to defeat a boss to increase affinity with Brow and gain renown in the kingdom. Suddenly, the goals shift unexpectedly. Liha becomes paralyzed. What are you saying? The new terms appear completely absurd. He cannot exceed level 30, he cannot be beaten, and he cannot participate in group hunts. He loses it. That's illogical. You hand it to me and then alter it immediately? Even worse, he's level 25. Defeating a level 30 boss alone is meant for a team effort. As Liha feels frantic, Browless calmly sips his orange juice, completely unfazed. Liha wonders if this guy despises him. Browless looks at him as if he's indifferent. Just as Liha resigns himself to this mission feeling doomed, the old man advises him not to worry. A lot. Liha halts. Browless continues. Stay composed. This can be effortlessly resolved with sniper precision. Simply aim for the boss's forehead. It was meant to soothe him. Instead, Liha becomes even more frightened. Simple? That's a death wish. Yet, a voice within urges him to agree. He gulps and calms his voice. Alright, I agree. Browless smiles widely and bursts into a jolly ho-ho-ho, reminiscent of Santa. Assumes a heroic stance. Then departs. Complete your task. Liha bursts through the door. Like me, you, and everyone else, Browless is eager to find out how this concludes. As Liha runs, I feel relieved that the quest isn't time-bound. I can't help but wonder how many hours this kid has spent in reality without a shower. He halts, panting heavily. I should reach level 29 before I begin. He recalls Browless, the founder of the academy. That accomplishment regarding future musketeers. Who exactly is this person? Liha accesses the system screen and chooses to consult her arrogant cousin, Kaishong, the nerd. He dispatches a message. Nothing. Sends another. Nothing. Strange. Perhaps his preferred tank is out hunting. He checks his friends list. Everyone in the guild seems to be in Tanyu Gorge, wherever that may be. Kuish is likely with Susuk and Hayan. Liha believes that group hunting is the primary motivation for joining a guild. Then he observes something astonishing. The Ram sisters are also in the same location. You have to be just joking. Stop. A rocky area resembling a nearly barren desert. A notification appears. The Ram sisters are. A hand extends forward. They're venturing further into Tanyu Gorge. I require assistance. Encircle them both now. The red-haired mage informs Susuk that the allied guild is en route and instructs him to dispatch units to block their escape. The ninja disappears without a trace. The commander instructs the healers to enhance the designated tanks. We're ready. Tanyu is assigned to monitor and track the girls. Simple enough, he says, then takes off running. Hayan reflects inwardly. There's no chance they'll escape. Susuk will handle it all. They're destined to be stuck. Meanwhile, Kane commands a squad of tanks and receives instructions to ensure everyone's safety. The captain anxiously walks back and forth, feeling uneasy. Many players exceed level 60. They won't escape easily. The redhead gazes at the path they took. Fixated. I will catch those too. I only require one more item. He extends his hand and begins an unusual ritual. A violet magic circle appears around. A beam of light shoots upward from the earth into the sky, resembling a spaceship's cannon. Kimmy Hong shouts, this will prevent teleportation. They can't flee. However, on the opposite side, a woman's hand is raised. Another spell is invoked. Blue locks. No fear. Charge. Cammy rushes towards a radiant light, and suddenly, the glow transforms into a flurry of sharp ice needles darting directly towards the group. Several of the extras are struck and begin yelling that it feels excruciating, as no armor can protect against a mage. Kimmy Hong lifts his large shield and drops to one knee behind it just in time to block a colossal ice spike. Through the icy fog, Wei Jing's figure emerges, poised to launch more. Cammy smiles, self-assured. It has been some time since we last met each other. The Ice Ram sister stands fully revealed, confronting the beloved tank that everyone adores. The leader of the knights reports that the foes are 70 meters away and instructs the tanks to maintain distance. Wei Jing simultaneously conjures an ice spear spell, and rain pours down on everyone. The knight commands the team to form a defensive line and instructs them to withstand the assaults for as long as they can. The issue is that the magic barrage prevents any knight from advancing. But then, unexpectedly, the ice transforms into flames of magic. The knight's commander is still attempting to understand the situation, but Wei Jing arrives, making it clear. He becomes angry since they have already suffered numerous losses. He instructs the formation to revert to its usual state and cautions everyone to prevent taking damage, all while saying it's fine because they suffered but managed to corner them. Nevertheless, he remains vigilant since, despite appearances, the blue-haired individual holds the rank of 9th in the world. He rushes in, aware of her unpredictability. Just as it seems they've succeeded, an ice barrier blocks the way forward. Upon witnessing that, the knight falters. He shouts that nothing will prevent him from moving forward, so he begins pounding the wall and urges the others to assist as well. He acknowledges the girl's strength for managing that while in motion. Nevertheless, he succeeds in breaking it due to his strength as well. As soon as it breaks, the blue-haired girl is present, anticipating his arrival on the other side. He can't understand why she isn't running, but she begins chanting. In an instant, a gash emerges on the man's cheek. Everyone falls with several wounds, and he notices his health bar decreasing. He notices they are being torn apart by the tiny ice fragments from the wall they smashed. Having to acknowledge once more that she's incredible only frustrates him further. The hero expresses frustration over Kijong's lack of signs of life, while Lipa believes he may be unnecessarily anxious about the situation. However, he believes there's a possibility his friends are currently in a conflict, and since he can't contact anyone, he fears something negative may occur. At that very moment, in Tiwi Canyon, the two girls come to a halt at a dead end. Someone mentions they can finally speak and inquires why the two of them keep fleeing. The man recalls the redhead contributed numerous donations to Dale Castle. However, Lipa believes his shoe fold is a remedy. Lipa feels there's no need to be overly concerned about a small castle. However, the man responds that if he were in her position, he'd choose his words more wisely. Being the second largest investor is irrelevant, since you won't find anything similar to the last one. Her depositing such a large sum negatively impacts those in need. Lipa believes his shoe creates a canyon, thus having content to wage money as well. The guy reiterates that it's unjust for them to utilize real money rather than in-game currency to gain advantages within the game. He believes both of them are just show-offs. However, Lipa believes he doesn't understand, as she views it as a worthwhile investment. Without hesitation, the redhead demands they offer a reasonable price for the castle, but the girl declines, curious to see how the situation unfolds. The redhead points out that in such a realistic game, players can engage in actions far more disturbing than mere killing, which genuinely unsettles both of them. The girls are done playing and are ready to get into formation. The redhead's subordinates advance ahead of him. He's terrified, cowering behind the shields, and felt embarrassed as he believed the blue-haired one was on the verge of casting. Lipa believes that the 10 individuals dispatched to the escape route were overpowered. The red-haired individual doubts that's feasible, as Lipa believes she has been there all along. Regardless, the girl with blue hair states that only 44 individuals remain. The red-haired girl claims that's below what she anticipated from the Koreans. Yet the red-haired man remains skeptical. Regardless, Hoyan unleashes a fire spell known as Fire Arrow, launching several of them high into the sky. The red-haired girl questions her own actions. He has already blocked teleportation, preventing anyone from arriving. Sasuke's team was monitoring the alternative path as well, leading him to believe that no one could defeat a level 200 black ninja. The man reiterates that the girls ought to simply accept the proposal. However, he believes it would be beneficial for them to experience what he intends to do to them. He instructs his crew to prepare for the casting. But suddenly he experiences a chill that immobilizes him completely and causes him to fall to his knees. The Shield Knight shouts that it's a detrimental status effect. The healers are summoned, but they are unable to help. Hua Jing was not meant to be able to accomplish that, yet there were numerous individuals atop the cliff. Not merely a handful, it appeared to be an entire army. The man identifies the flag above as belonging to the Golden Dragon guilds. Yet he is puzzled by their presence. Hua Jing's guild and Golden Dragon had clashed previously, but it seems the three Chinese guilds opted for collaboration. Golden Dragon boasts the greatest numbers and power in Asia, with approximately 300 members present. The redhead realizes they're doomed. The guild's martial artist then welcomes the Koreans. This is Pei Wu, ranked 4th globally, immediately turns pale with fear at the sight of it. His teammates begin to whisper as well. It seems the fire arrows served as a distress signal. While Hua Jing arrived with funds, Pei Wu brought influence. However, as both parties have mutual benefits, it can be seen as a partnership. The redhead must act quickly to avoid ruining everything. He questions Pei Wu about his presence, appearing quite foolish. However, the martial artist claims he is present to safeguard the two girls. The redhead inquires about their relationship status. However, Hua Jing insists it's irrelevant and offers him the chance to leave now instead of instigating another conflict over the castle. She claims she'll move on, but if they resort to such cowardly threats again, they're going to face serious consequences. Hua Jing is clever. He understands that her withdrawal will appear favorable to the public eye. Pei Wu questions whether the guy truly believes it's worthwhile to be his adversary. If he is, they will utilize all their resources to tear the Baidu KO guild apart. The red-haired girl and the martial artist find the notion amusing. Voicing it impacts Hua Jing's supporters. Pei Wu places the man in a difficult situation too. He suppresses his anger and is ready to accept the proposal. Suddenly, someone creates a loud commotion upon being eliminated, catching everyone off guard. All gaze upward to where it originated. It's a death notice. However, the red light seems unusual. Hua Jing believes it's yet another plan by the redhead girl. Yet, observing her expression, he understands she is completely unaware of the situation. Pei Wu instructs the girls to focus. He attempts to convey to Hua Jing that he is present, but she doesn't fully understand. She inquires if he is referring to the Berserker. The Berserker Agron and Igor ranks as the 3rd most powerful ranker. He had found it odd not encountering anyone while hunting, but now everything clicked into place. Regardless, in his monstrous state, he employs a technique known as Great Cross. Meanwhile, Pei Wu feels anxious as they fail to halt the transformation. However, recognizing the advantage for Hua Jing, he quickly instructs all his teammates to launch a coordinated attack, since they plan to murder the girls and then escape. Once more, the hero feels frustrated as his message goes unanswered. He intended to inquire about the brown vest but thinks it's wiser to check if the NPCs can assist. Leia makes her way to a tavern, considering the NPCs might possess valuable information. As soon as he enters, they are indeed discussing the madness occurring in Tiwi. They discuss the ongoing conflicts, the death toll of 200 individuals, and the involvement of numerous guilds. As they continuously obstructed Igor's progress to level up, he pursued the Golden Dragons, leading to the Koreans being ensnared in the situation. In the middle, the hero notices Kijong is still online, but anxiety fills him. The issue arises when Sasuke logs off and, unexpectedly, several others log off immediately afterward as well. Thus, the hero concludes he ought to log off and inquire face-to-face. As he exits his VR platform, he contacts his friend to check if he's alright. Kijong expresses regret for the lack of response, yet the hero seeks to understand what occurred in the battle. His friend mentions that the world rankers possess an alarmingly high level of strength. He also mentions that the main character must concentrate on leveling up to avoid getting. He expresses pain, then states his intention before ending the call. However, that strange behavior only heightens Lehigh's curiosity further. He visits a forum to view a video, and that death animation appears just as the Berserker arrives to engage in battle. The crimson glow emerged just before the players perished. Igor harnessed it using his abilities. They left all stunned. He rushed in, driven by bloodlust, before they had a chance to flee. Pei Wu succeeded in managing to retain a minimum of 2, ensuring the 2 rankers confronted each other directly. Agromny inquired about the child's identity and if he would obstruct his path. However, he observed that another altercation was occurring beneath him. He noticed the 2 girls and understood that was the martial artist's point of focus. He quickly attempted to target their vulnerable spot. Agromny left the redhead uncertain about her next move. Pei Wu shouted for them to leave immediately. Then the blue-haired girl pushed her friend away and unleashed a spell known as Ice Forest. Massive ice trees surged upward toward the berserker, yet he became serious, angry, and avoided it, accelerating. That enchantment also affected the Korean group, prompting them to attempt to shatter it, yet the berserker arrived before anyone else, and he frightened everyone as it seemed he was attempting to attack them as well. An explosion occurred on the mountainside. Once the dust cleared, Agromny lifted his sword towards all the Asians. Following a brief jest about their similar appearances, the large wolf figure swings to the side to fell the tree, yet it merely creates a slight fissure. He understands that breaking it in a single strike is impossible, so he opts to eliminate the Koreans initially. Kijung yelled for the tanks to defend the guild master and maintain formation. However, the wolf guy arrived ahead and sliced through everyone effortlessly. He brought down 2 with 1 blow. His sword then struck with astonishing speed, sending 2 more directly to their demise. Subsequently, he consumed them like a vampire, but Pei Wu swooped in with a kick and propelled the guy backward. Everyone was amazed. Igor trembled with fury. Regardless, the martial artist lifted his hands as if inviting him to engage in combat. The wolf guy displayed an incredibly enthusiastic smile. Then they began exchanging blows directly. The 3rd and 4th ranked competitors were moving so quickly that it was impossible to discern the action. It was the ideal moment for the Koreans to flee. Yet the magic of the ice tree remained. A group of fighters battled against ice arrows, suffering even greater losses as the conflict continued. Yet one of them persisted as he was quite near. Before he cut down the girls, he expressed regret but told them to just die. Pei Wu yelled, and the blade cut through. But the man was astonished to find his sword entangled in a tangle of ice vines. It was an enchanted snare that bound him with these delicate, slender threads. Now Pei Wu was enraged with the Koreans as well, since he had aided them against the berserker, only for them to attempt to harm his allies. Tal Hyong remains calm, aware that his Highlander class possesses greater range. However, possessing greater range proved ineffective against the world's 3rd-ranked player. Ki-young shouted, anxious for his friend. The martial artist charged forward, declaring his intention to teach the child the true meaning of honor. But in the end, a shield charge triggered. The martial artist was unable to complete the kick as Ki-young intervened to protect his teammate. He successfully defended against the strike. Yet he realized he couldn't stop the next one. He seized Tal Hyong and began to run. Pei Wu was on the verge of obtaining them from lagging, yet the berserker arrived precisely when needed. Since Tal Hyong wasn't waking up, the blonde guy decided to seek assistance from the healers. He was on the verge of bringing them. However, it wasn't long before the martial artist was brought down. After he descended, Ki-young gazed at the berserker, frustrated since he didn't collect enough blood during their conversation on the mountain. The large wolf figure claims he requires a complete replenishment of blood. Ki-young instructs him to be quiet, but the berserker swats the shield aside with a strikes and then seizes the child by the neck. The child is essentially doomed since he exhausted all his defensive abilities previously. Additionally, the disparity in strength was significant. Since Igor required blood, he simply took it from the child. The berserker Agromny Igor is a level 260 giant capable of transforming into a werewolf. Upon transformation, his energy decreases, yet he can absorb life from monsters or other players. At the same time, the hero remains at level 2 to 6, while Ki-young approaches level 200, making it unlikely for him to perish without action. Ki-young was the person who brought the game to the protagonist during his low point of being unable to walk. As a loyal friend, witnessing his brutal death ignites a desire for revenge against Igor in the hero. Ha believes he's on the verge of leveling up rapidly since that's the only method he'll have to pursue that lunatic. On the platform again, he's anticipating that Igor is prepared for what's ahead. Returning to the battle in the icy woods, terrified screams fill the air. The red-haired individual is searching for Pei Wu and expresses frustration that everything is occurring due to the berserker. Pei Wu had an opportunity in a one-on-one. Therefore, stepping back was the wisest choice. He Weon requested to depart, but her companion began to conjure an ice crystal spell. She completely ignored her presence altogether. However, she later apologized and instructed her friend to die. Despite the difficulty, she consents, provided her teammate guarantees that she will eliminate all of them. This reassures the blue-haired girl, making her feel more at ease about proceeding. The werewolf detects a sound coming from behind, and instantly becomes excited to battle. The issue is that the girl with blue hair has nearly finished the casting. He Weon understands that if that spell activates, everyone will perish. Yet the redhead claims it's already too late. Thus, He Weon unleashes the energy and it disperses through the atmosphere, chilling and eliminating all players effortlessly. And because she lacks control, it also reaches the redhead, who mentions she'll return in 48 hours. Then vanishes. Within Ailstock's retail area, the hero earned 4 gold by selling the items he collected recently. The musket is priced at 3 gold, so he decides to continue using his current weapon. Out of nowhere, someone shouts his name with a smile, inquiring if he recognizes them. The main character claims he doesn't. However, the man displays 2 shields, prompting Lich Ha to recall the warrior who wielded them at the bear hunting grounds. No longer pretending, he blames Liquor due to his equipment, of collecting the items that fell from the players. The hero claims he doesn't understand what he's saying, while the man shouts that he's searched high and low for him and has finally located him. Liquor still recalls how the guy requested to join the party. However, when Liquor needed assistance, they completely disregarded his request for help. As the shield bearer fled with the survivors, the hero battled the bear, and his equipment was evidence of it. Liquor claims the man requires evidence to make an accusation. The man concedes that the child defeated the bear but insists he return the players. The hero claims he has no idea where they are, and the guy angrily snaps. When a veteran requests something, a noob complies, prompting Liquor to lose his patience and tell him to quit being so incredibly irritating. Since he was called out, the man shouts that the hero is unaware of his guild's true strength. However, Liquor remains unfazed and threatens to summon the Holy Knights if the interference continues. They aren't truly his friends, but it wouldn't be difficult to get them to visit. The shield bearer attempts to halt him, but Liquor moves too quickly to be caught. And ultimately the man grows weary. Without the bonus, you would have to fully enhance dexterity from level 47 merely to catch him. The issue is that the berserker who took his friend's life is 10 levels above him. Therefore, the focus must be on leveling up. To achieve this, the hero sprints toward Mount Shamer. Nearby, a group of individuals is attempting to connect in order to organize a party and engage in farming. However, they recruit only players who are level 40 and above. Liquor is trying to determine where to locate the kobold boss, and he believes Brown Best was insane for suggesting he defeat the toughest boss prior to reaching level 30. He believes he ought to reach level 29 first. However, he then overhears someone looking for a DPS, mentioning they have an adorable kitty healer, and it seems like that individual is addressing the hero directly. A large man appears and comments that, based on his weapon, the protagonist is a ranged DPS. He inquires about the child's level to participate in the Licha deceives the group by claiming he's 41, which is ideal. Licha understands that this guy is the tank, but he quickly gets to the matter at hand and inquires about the adorable kitty healer. The man shouts for Hana-chan from the crowd. She approaches, charmingly introducing herself with a sweet demeanor. Licha finds it interesting that she belongs to a nun-type class and appears courteous, prompting the tank to joke, "Told you I wasn't kidding." Given that the only girls he has encountered were either extremely anxious or very aloof, this one appears pleasant. Regardless, the tank identifies himself as Matsuhiji at level 42, while she is level 40. The musketeer then presents himself, They establish the group and immediately set off toward the summit without delay. Suddenly, Matsuhiji instructs everyone to halt in the bushes. He mentions that at 10 o'clock, there are 2 kobold workers ahead, so they conclude it's wiser to circumvent them. Licha prefers XP over taking a cautious approach. He inquires whether any of them are familiar with musketeers' combat. He inquires whether practicing teamwork first would be more beneficial before ascending the mountain. The issue is that his explanations are lengthy, so he simply reclines and claims he can shoot from roughly 50 meters distance. Regrettably, the firearm's range is less than that of a bow, but mentioning it might seem impolite, so Matsuhiji expresses regret. This is one reason why musketeers lack popularity. The tank claims he will support the team, yet the hero remains unfazed by the underestimation. He simply pulls the trigger, astonishing everyone. He apologizes due to the shot being extremely loud. However, Matsuhiji is indifferent and inquires of the nun if she has witnessed anything similar. The main character effortlessly eliminated a kobold worker with 1 shot. Matsuhiji inquires whether the child is truly level 41. He essentially exposes him for lying, but he inquires because he suspects Licha could be a smurf. The kitty healer appears as if she just spotted a superhero. They discuss how smurfs are skilled players who act as if they are inexperienced. Despite the protagonist's denial, it remains true. Both of them feel thrilled, anticipating being lifted a bit. After some time investigating beyond those bushes, a worm on a mountain, it erupts from the earth, destroying everything with its vicious teeth, and heads directly for the hero. The healer employs her sacred shield to ensure the attack misses him. Licha concludes the collaborative effort by firing a shot directly into the monster's mouth. The object descends, but Licha is puzzled by their continued focus. Him or how Matsuhiji anticipated its emergence. Following the battle, he requests a moment to speak with the knight. Matsuhiji plays as a tank class. However, he is not employing a taunt skill. Typically, taunt may not work, but he can't get the monsters to target him, or he was attempting to allow Licha to perish. Matsuhiji exclaims that he isn't that type of person. The main character inquires why he didn't utilize his abilities. It seems the child lacks numerous class abilities. Knights aren't solely tanks, hence they lack taunt. He has just 1 ability named Strike, which can occasionally attract aggro. However, Matsuhiji possesses one that allows him to absorb damage for a teammate named Cavalry. The issue lies in that skill solely safeguards women due to the knights code, making Strike the sole valuable skill, and the hero claims he will try his best. But at least he no longer has to feel guilty about taking time to reload. After strolling a little further, the group arrives at a large tribe consisting of at least 100 homes. Within the cave lies an ancient mine that functions as both a storage space and a nursery. It's an excellent location for hunting, yet a dreadful spot for shooting. Enemies are abundant. The protagonist believes it's wise to search for an optimal vantage point, so he sprints away as it's time to hunt. Matsuhiji begins by striking one of them with his sword, and promptly proceeds to complete the second. As he removes the second one, 2 of them leap over him, targeting his head, yet the healer invokes a protective spell that enhances the knight's shield, enabling him to push both creatures away and shouts for the hero to target the one on the right. However, the main character believes it's unnecessary, as just as the 2 beasts leaped forward, and the knight was preparing to direct his strike towards one of the hero's shot pierces directly through both of them. Lahira effectively accomplishes 2 tasks at once, then instructs them to go west to eliminate additional monsters. The hero tells the healer that the weapon can penetrate targets and adds that their proximity contributed to its effectiveness. As one of the monsters doesn't perish immediately, the main character requests a rope from the knight and clarifies that these small creatures possess the intelligence to establish a tribe. They bind the kobold and succeed in communicating with it. The creature pleads for death, yet the hero chooses a more terrible fate. He begins tickling the small child until it responds to his queries. It functions due to its torment, yet you cannot faint or perish from it. He inquires about the boss's location, Yet the monster continues to echo the same phrase. He seizes his musket and claims he can simply question another monster if this one is unhelpful. Truthfully, the boss only appears when something significant is happening. So, Lee is curious about what that is. The unique element is a tribal crisis. Yet the monster claims humans wouldn't comprehend and shouts that it's a noble. Ultimately, the main character wraps it up, starting to understand how everything functions. The child's teammates claim the boss resides in the mine, yet no one has managed to defeat. They all generally believe they won't manage to either. However, the protagonist reflects and concludes that the boss is a creature that manifests only under specific circumstances. There must be a crisis within the tribe and a human who refuses to depart, or something similar. And when you include the term sniper that Brown Best provided him, Lee is beginning to put it together. He inquires whether the other two have ventured deep into the tribe's land and expresses his desire to experience it at least once. With many present in the tribe, it's safer for the three of them to hunt near the outskirts. Therefore, it would be wise to bring in additional individuals. But Lee still wants to continue hunting as they wait. After some time battling, he reaches level 27. His friends are amazed. The healer expresses her desire to confront the boss now. When she mentions that the main guy is quite powerful, he is unaware of how to withdraw from the situation. Abruptly, the knight notices a few players approaching the tribe. He can see that many of them belong to the same guild, due to an emblem on their capes. However, the main character identifies the emblem from the shield bearer and understands he's in trouble. When the guy notices, he begins shouting. He claims the child is unable to run, and signals for his friend Hyung Nam to approach and give him a lesson. The hood, shoes, and coat belong to the Agony Bear set, so if he is defeated, he will drop those items, and the shield guy mentions he plans to distribute them to his friends. Yet Lee remains astonished that so many individuals came solely to kill. Hyung Nam appears to be the strongest, and although Kim is weak, the rest are all at level 40 or higher. Kim shouts at both of them to surrender the hero, claiming he's a thief. He warns that if they perish, the child will outright take their belongings right in front of them. Therefore, before the situation escalates, he urges them to comply. The child's friends don't believe he's that sort of person. Yet Lee prefers not to involve them in any trouble. He expresses gratitude for everything and inquires about their plans until he returns to level 5. The Chaos Index represents penalty points incurred when you assault another player outside of PvP. An increase in this index leads to a decline in your reputation. The main character believes it's wiser to initiate provocation first. He refers to them as cowardly thieves, and Hyung Nim nearly loses control with him. Indeed, everyone gathers to encircle the main. The guy's friends doubt he'll truly engage in battle. Yet the knight anticipates the worst and seizes the girl too. As they dash away, Liha informs them he will catch up with them later. Hyung Nim becomes enraged that Liha is acting superior. Shot, prompting one of his mage subordinates to invoke a sinister spell named Nightmare. The system identifies the player Kushner as an adversary, indicating that chaos levels won't increase if they initiate the attack first. Now the protagonist believes he can battle without concern. They launched the first attack. The Dark Sorcerer conjured a creature using necromancer spells. A massive skeletal horse let out a scream and stirred up a fierce wind. It's the same sensation the hero experienced earlier, a feeling known as fear. The mage claims a low-level novice won't even manage to move at all. Hyung Nim believes that by taking the man's belongings and presenting them to his bosses, he will receive a promotion. This will improve his team and restore his reputation. Hyung Nim instructs the others to charge at him, but he requests they hold off on killing him for now as he wants to fight first. Suddenly, one of their allies falls from a precisely aimed shot out of nowhere. Hyung Nim halts, and that bony horse vanishes. The hero ridicules them. Due to the Agony Bear set, he is able to withstand the fear effect. He employs exact hand skills that reduce cooldown time. Time begins to run. The archers quickly attempt to shoot, yet the main character shoots first. Hyung Nim yells for the tanks to shield him. He defeated 2 level 50 players. Even Hyung Nim was unable to achieve that. he instructs everyone to pursue him, preventing the hero from escaping. Kim was on the verge of alerting them that Leha needs time to shoot. But, once more, another ally falls to the ground vanquished. The man becomes frightened, and the supervisor confronts him. Hyong Nim instructs them to continue pursuing him. However, 3 individuals have already lost their lives due to Kim. He claims that if something fails, he'll be blamed. He then asks Kim to join them as well. The issue arises as the hero ventures into cobbled territory, yet Hyong Nim remains indifferent. From the mountain's peak, the hero's companions believe he's crazy, but in a positive light. They intended to assist, but it seems he doesn't require help. Additionally, there wasn't much they could actually accomplish. However, with his preparations, the knight indicated he could eliminate them all. The man mentioned he had something ready in case she faced danger. For the moment, they had no connection to the child's issue, but they thought it wise to keep following him. Hannah inquires whether Leha poses a threat, and her teammate promptly responds with a definitive yes. When another kobold appears, they eliminate it quickly. An underling expresses frustration over their constant appearances, stating that once they capture the hero, he will deeply regret it. They continue their search for the child, then begin discussing a drop-to-rank dagger. The boss's commands were unpopular, despite the lure of treasure. Yet the boss was hearing everything himself. Han Nam questions whether they have an issue with obeying his commands, remarking that the new generation is weak. He inquires whether he is correct or incorrect. However, simply hearing the hero infuriates him. He's tired of the constant expectation to always agree with the veterans. Thus, he delivers a precise hit. The bullet strikes the elderly man directly in the leg. He cries out in agony, yet he notices the hero perched in a tree. Lee, who made a mistake by failing to finish the fight with one blow. A notification from the Sunrise Guild appears. The hero discovers their name and considers it worthless. The shield bearers gather once more in front of the elderly man, and the damage dealers take their positions. However, they are becoming frustrated as Hyan Nam continues to issue commands from concealment. The hero shouts that the first to move will be shot, using the moment to plan an escape. Precise Hand isn't prepared yet, and there aren't many kobolds nearby for cover. Then, through sheer chance, a bell unexpectedly chimes. Suddenly, a massive foot emerges beside them. It belongs to the tribe's boss monster, Hajit Han, whom they had been searching for. Yet the main character struggles to accept they are the same species. Every kobold in the tribe becomes 10% more powerful simply by being close to the boss. He enters anger and strikes all with the fear effect. Libby withstands due to the agony bear set and only experiences slight trembling. However, Hajit Han is significantly more frightened, particularly when the manager inquires if he's the foe. The elderly man pleads with the boss to hear, and it appears the monster is capable of speaking. Hajit Han claims they are pursuing just one person and will depart if he permits. However, Hajit Han inquires about who eliminated the monsters earlier, knowing it wasn't the shooter, since their injuries weren't caused by bullets. Claiming that humans are perpetual liars, he declares he will no longer overlook them and cleaves one in two. As the kobolds launch their assault, the players eliminate the weaker foes. A shield user claims he will employ taunt, but is stopped immediately when he attempts. Hajit Han just one-shot a level 50 tank. Panic ensues, and Hajit Han urges Kim to act, as he possesses 2 shields. Kim activates his high guard and charges forward with complete confidence. Yet, in the following moment, the creature leaves the man with nothing except a stump. He cries out in agony and collapses to his knees. That provides the boss the chance to eliminate him. The protagonist was caught off guard, yet he realizes that the crisis occurs when you slay numerous kobolds and fail to depart. Leha deduces that the foes are approximately level 60, confirming that Hajit Han possesses extraordinary strength. The leader of humans is about to be killed by the boss. The leader shouts that a concealed shooter remains. He claims he will let him go if he assists, but the hero remains silent to avoid being noticed. Hajit Han continues to attract interest. However, Leha understands that it remains too early to determine his location. If he can't take it down in one shot, he's finished. And there are additional kobolds as well. If he fires, he's essentially doomed regardless. Liha chooses to quietly leave. The creature warns the man to never return to that place again. The man spins around, visibly angry, informs him to go to hell, warning that his death would create issues. However, the threats prove ineffective. His leg shoots out and he yells in agony. Humanum lands on the ground, unable to crawl. He claims that if he survives, he won't return. Yet the creature remains unconvinced. It uncuts him in two, causing the hero to break into a cold sweat. All the Sunrise team members were eliminated. However, they inadvertently attracted every creature. Even with villagers present, there was no possibility of assistance. The supervisor instructs his subordinates to locate the human. They begin to disperse, which is the protagonist's sole chance. Hajit Han operates on an entirely different plane than the rest. Proximity to him sends shivers down your spine. The monster then seizes the nearby human scent and appears to notice the protagonist up in the... As the tree approaches, the hero considers taking the shot. He steadies himself amidst the tension, regulates his breathing, and focuses his aim on the head. Yet their gaze. The boss shouts to the guards that he has located the human. The protagonist has missed their chance to. Surprisingly, the boss instructs them solely to guard the entrance. The hero remains completely unaware of the situation. But he takes the opportunity to relocate elsewhere. Unaware of who's at the entrance, he feels thankful to the one who diverted the monsters. But he believes the boss's position will soon be his. The individuals sprinting toward the gate were the protagonist's allies. Their curiosity led them to investigate the boss. They were astonished to see Hajit Han had obliterated Sunrise. Machuhugi questions whether the hero truly succeeded in summoning the boss using only those hints. He starts to panic when Hannah shouts that she's out of stamina. As the threat approaches, he employs what he set up, a wall of flames, which takes out several of the boss's minions. He then seizes the girl, insisting they only need to run a bit further. In contrast to the smaller ones, the boss can break through the wall. Machuhugi shouts they are near, grabs the girl's hand and invokes his trump spell, Return. Just as they are about to vanish, the creature is struck and falls to its knees. Thus, both of them escape without fully grasping what just occurred. Moments before, the hero arrived at the kobold's watchtower. With fire magic, he was able to gauge the distance. The wind was light and the distance was just 150 meters. The issue was the monster continually moved away. Yet at 180 meters, it remained within range. The protagonist unleashed all his firepower at the boss. When he fired, the bullet struck the creature directly in the head. It landed on the ground, and all the kobolds hurried to assist the boss. The hero gains 4 levels from defeating the enemy. He shouts in celebration, exclaiming, "Now that's what I'm talking about." After defeating the boss, the kobolds receive a 50% debuff for 1 hour. The majority are level 20, and all the loot remains untouched. Additionally, the main character earns a trophy for vanquishing a creature from the demon war and another for accomplishing it with just 1 shot. His agility increases and he secures a spot in the Hall of Fame. However, the description appears somewhat grave. From that point forward, players appear to struggle with defeating a boss. However, he believes the top world rankers could likely defeat one of these effortlessly as well. Achieving the just death and PvP master accomplishments was essential for success. Lehigh allocated 20 points from the PvP achievements to dexterity prior to shooting. Now it's time for the hunt. Following a. Meanwhile, the child attains level 32. It was seamless. As the kobolds had become weaker, he paused his hunting and discovered he had 35 points available to allocate, but was uncertain about where to assign them. It seems that matters are becoming increasingly complex. Musketeers engage not only from a distance but also in close combat at times. Nevertheless, as he needs to concentrate on shooting, he allocates 30 to dexterity, believing he'll be okay if he continues that way until reaching level 63. He believes that soon he will be able to catch up with the berserker. It's time to return to Ailstock. The child must either submit or sell his belongings. He grumbles that the rewards are quite underwhelming. One of them is merely an invitation to the grand opening of the Holy Grail. But truthfully, that's quite typical for a medieval realm. As a girl with red hair begins to voice her frustrations about her sister not arriving. She received the identical letter as before, leading her to believe either they issued a duplicate ticket or the same individual one once more. While he's in town, the hero chooses to inspect his items. He was so focused on hunting that he didn't look carefully. Amidst it all, he discovers a legendary protection ring that generates a force field. It shields against adversarial forces and absorbs assaults as if gaining a second life, while also wearing a bone necklace from the boss and wielding the boss's crescent spear. The protagonist can utilize the necklace, which provides beneficial effects such as a 10% critical hit chance. He desired the set bonus but accepts his current situation and chooses to proceed to the next opportunity. Finalizing the mission. Standing at the entrance, the hero believes his academy possesses the most dilapidated structure of all. He frequently expresses dissatisfaction about it and declares his return, yet gunfire erupts from within. Limi immediately seizes his weapon. It seems there's an intruder ready to create a disturbance and fight. Another gunshot rings out, and the man begins to scream in agony. He declares he's departing but vows to take revenge, as the other man is no longer a war hero. It turns out that Old Man Brown was the one who fired those 3 shots, and the velocity completely astonished Limi. Subsequently, the elderly man welcomes Limi. Yet Limi can only focus on the fact that it took him 20 seconds to shoot 3 times. That was incredibly quick with just 1 gun. And then he simply returned the musket to its place on the... Limi calculates that if the initial bullet is loaded, it requires 10 seconds, while if it isn't, it takes 7. However, even an auto-reloading rifle can't fire that quickly. Only bolt-action rifles can. Thus, if the hero could mimic the mechanism of that rifle, he had turned into the most powerful man in this medieval realm. The rack displaying 3 weapons evokes thoughts of the 3 musketeers. Brown expresses regret for the unpleasant incident. He mentions that the Holy Knights visited recently, stating Hadjui Kazmina was missing. Limi claims he looked after him. This leads Brown to commend him, successfully fulfilling the hidden potential mission. He surpassed all expectations. Thus he achieves 100% familiarity with the elderly man. Brown now believes sending the child to gather bear guts is a pointless use of time and, despite Limi essentially being a pro at it, the elderly man insists there are matters of greater significance. Prior to that, the child inquires about the musket's quick firing. However, Brown mentions that if Limi believed it was quick, he'll begin calling him kid once more. Limi attempts to clarify it using magic. But the old man's claiming magic, so it must be something with the musket itself. A brief silence follows his statement. Limi believes there must be a hint within the dialogue, recalling the accomplishment of the 3 musketeers. He inquires whether the black musket is connected to the founders. The elderly man pounds the table hard, inquiring whether the child has any information on that. Limi successfully targets the keyword, and mentions Bess, Brown, and Elizabeth. The Academy's name originates from those 3, which led to it being filled with newcomers. Individuals queued to fire at the range. Yet those 2 companions were distinct from the rest. The hero inquires about their location. He was informed they vanished in the war, but Brown now chooses to trust Liha. In the Battle of the Marching Fields, the 3 fought, yet only Brown returned. He is eager to discover what occurred to them. The protagonist's new quest is to find the lost legends. Initially, the journey appears quite simple. If they vanished, they're likely alive somewhere. Regardless of his inaction, the mission will fail. Thus, the hero consents to attempt. He inquires whether he can search for the 2 founders, since it's preferable to surrendering. The man remarks that Elizabeth would have found Liha quite impressive, and he consents to allow him to attempt. During the conflict of the parade, the absent 2 set out to locate the prime shooting locations, as Brown departed with the Fibial Minute Alliance. It's challenging since those are the sole hints available to the hero. 20 days in Middle-earth equate to 4 in reality, yet the key point is that 2 individuals successfully finished the quest. The protagonist seeks information from the merchant, and ultimately needs to sell some armor. At least his bargaining ability improved. In the armory, our protagonist inquires with the clerk regarding the vanished individuals. However, the tale he heard was that both of them had perished. Except he recalls that wasn't the initial version. The hero requests a clear explanation from him. The man leans closer and murmurs it into his ear. Liha is startled, as this is the most absurd and intricate thing he has encountered yet. Thus he refrains from purchasing. However, the NPC claims it's essentially miraculous that the humans triumphed in a manner that nearly seems authentic. The seller claims he cannot assure anything. However, anyone who responded like the hero was punished by the director. Liha inquires about the origin of the story and learns it came from a war witness. However, the man will provide the name only if Liha makes a purchase, and he has already reserved an 18 gold musket. The hero glances and realizes the first choice is terrible. Yet the second one appears suitable for his skill level. Thus he selects the needle rifle as his latest musket. However, he then employs his negotiation skills to request a more favorable price. Ultimately, he secures a savings of 70 silvers in negotiations. Crucially, the seller states that the witness resides in Nitai, close to the marching fields. That represents a strong lead. As he approaches to purchase a ticket, a girl informs him it costs 80 silvers above his recent savings. Yet he truly lacks any other option. He utilizes teleportation to arrive there. Another girl approaches him and offers her welcome. The protagonist seeks a one-armed veteran, but the first encounter he has is with children teasing a homeless man. And the beggar runs after the small kids, shouting for his sword again. Lidov thinks he could take on a quest if he assists with the children. Thus he considers returning at a later time. Although he observes that, for some unknown reason, the man revealed only one of his hands. The hero enters the tavern first, yet inside, he's the only one grinning. The receptionist appears to be someone you definitely wouldn't want to cross. The hero is unable to discover anything due to the numerous aggressive individuals. He wanders through the town inquiring about Lepanto, but finds no helpful information, indicating he must search without solid leads. All he knows is that Lepanto was a man who wielded a rapier and was the one who circulated the tale of the musketeers betraying humanity. The arms dealer stated that the pair visited the demon's encampment. If that's the case, the director won't trust. Given his limited time, he must visit the remaining shops today. Some individuals are unaware of Lepanto. People are unaware of his residence, or they provide unhelpful responses. The hero begins to unravel, as this individual is meant to be a star. An NPC wielding a rapier is uncommon, so it's essential for someone to understand his characteristics. Regardless, the hero continues exploring additional locations. However, the same beggar from before suddenly appears and inquires if he would like to engage in some war games. Lena suggests perhaps next time, yet the guy won't let it go. The child understands that despite his sync being at 50%, he failed to see the distracted NPC approaching him. The hero pauses briefly and inquires about the man's absent left arm, and even without the man responding, he understands he has discovered Lepanto. The beggar shouts for his squire to take the blade, or rather the rapier, but he appears completely insane while engaging in crazy activities. Lol is curious about the truth of the story, so he mentions having a couple of questions. Yet the beggar sprints away, shouting about conflict. The hero struggles to keep pace, while the beggar moves much quicker, revealing his unusual nature. To prevent his escape, LOL Hall yells that it concerns the musketeers. Lepanto eventually notices but urges the hero to flee, warning that remaining stationary will be dangerous. Lord Brown plans to take aim at him. Clearly, the protagonist is clueless about what that signifies. Yet the beggar continues to run, discussing Elizabeth as well. He certainly knows something. However, he abruptly begins to weep, pleading with Brown not to leave them. It seems Lepanto suffers from intense PTSD. The hero gained some insight into that during his military service, as it occurred frequently. Since Lepanto remains engaged in the conflict he chooses to take an alternative route. At Holly Grill Castle, Boasting a level 5 cooking skill, the hunter attracts the prey using the scent. Lepanto takes the bait eagerly, resembling a small duck, prompting the hero to initiate a dialogue. Yet the beggar pretends not to hear him. He arrives claiming he has foes everywhere that they must confront. He mentions that his squire is an excellent cook and that they must prepare to go into battle. Laha agrees, stating it's risky and they'll require Brown and Elizabeth. However, as soon as he hears those names, he declares it's not occurring. They were the ones who claimed they would be foes. Upon revealing the treachery, he faced consequences to prevent the public from discovering the hero's hidden flaws. It seems Lepanto was the final person to speak with them. Once more, he dashed away. This time, the hero is curious about his destination, leading to a new quest that requires them to escort the veteran. He simply needs to locate his sword. However, if he fails, Lepanto will perish and Laha will face penalties. Chasing the beggar, they arrive at the boundary of the Fibio kingdom. The location is essentially a vacant field teeming with monsters. Lepanto claims it's filled with cursed trees and shadowy fairies. The hero enters the battle unaware of their opponent's strength or abilities. The wise choice would be to take a detour, yet the beggar shouts that he will unleash divine retribution upon. He then sprints away, shouting for the squire to fetch the sword. Lepanto searches for it but cannot locate it. The protagonist attracts the monster's focus, believing he cannot allow the elderly beggar to perish. He employs a specific hand technique and aims to hit the large one first. Yet it merely creates a standard hole in its abdomen. The hero's strength falls short. Despite the approaching monsters, he seizes the elderly man and makes a quick escape. Once he reloads the musket, he targets the smaller ones. He brings one down, then thrusts the bayonet into another. At least the smaller one falls with just a single strike. As the cursed trees moved at a crawl, he continued firing gradually until it finally came to an end. The beggar begins to commend his squire. Lepanto continues to chatter, but the hero grows frustrated since he just used a skill with a 6-hour cooldown. He orders the beggar to be quiet and claims it will be simpler to eliminate the Demon King's fragment. However, once the two ultimately align their perspectives, a lizard-like humanoid identifies the protagonist. It's Bayami Nim, and he mentions he's present solely for a little hunting. Hunting in such a perilous location leads the hero to believe it will yield a lot of XP. And now he is curious about how the lizard manages. The beggar is astonished that the squire has a lizard companion. The issue is that Bayami's academy is far, leaving the lizard alone. They claim they have both become much stronger since then. And Bayami identifies Laihe's equipment. The hero is curious about how he knows that. Laihe proposes they create a party. The lizard claims he's occupied. However, due to his curiosity, he decides to join. Lepanto shouts that his forces are expanding. Laihe clarifies that he's merely an NPC with problems. Ahead, more foes are present as before. The lizard instructs the hero to prepare and concentrate solely on the cursed tree. The fairies ridicule him for being a lizard, yet he blows, rises and exhales toxic gas, eliminating them all immediately. He then gestures to the protagonist, who fires at the cursed tree. Simultaneously, Bayami employs his toxic saliva, creating numerous perforations in the opponent, and they remove it. Laihe understands the venomous spit strikes more powerfully than his shots, and is truly amazed. Following the battle, they take a moment to recover from their skill cooldowns, but Bayami remains restless. Given that the hero reached level 33 there, it's evident that the area is unsuitable for anyone below level 40. The hero inquires about the lizard's level, and he responds that he's level 51. Unable to accept. However, Bayami states that leveling involves understanding where and how to hunt. Initially, they must complete the quest. Yet Lepanto shouts that his companions are interred there and that he commanded the front lines in the war. He then dashes away, believing his weapon is close. The hero believes the beggar has his memory. However, the issue is that there are numerous undead creatures lurking ahead. Regardless, it appears he understands what he is doing. Thus, the quest should be nearing its conclusion. Lepanto, claims he can spot the sword hidden in the same camp from which they both departed. Miami hits the mark by questioning whether this is a musketeer-class quest. Lepanto begins to panic as he is uncertain whether it has occurred or is still pending. The constant chatter of the beggar is maddening them. But then the earth begins to shimmer purple. A zombie emerges from the ground. That's precisely why they preferred him not to yell. Lepanto fires at the initial undead. He then states he will manage the skeletons as his friend deals with everything else. He also advises the lizard to concentrate on severing their legs. The hero is chased by the zombie, and he begins to panic due to running out of ammunition, yet he charges with a bayonet since he cannot risk missing. Ultimately, the young soldier defeats the final opponent, and the lizard completes his side as well. The issue arises when a group arrives claiming they have successfully located the gecko. Once more, their emblem originates from the Rising Sun Guild. The lizard urges the main character to flee while there's still time. Yet he must bring the NPC along with him, and he owes money to those people as well. Anyway, Miami claims they won't exit this situation peacefully. Thus, they divided responsibilities. The guild members are indifferent due to the chaos index, and one of them is shot right away, which causes everyone to panic since it was the boss. Miami unleashes venom across several of their arms, and then a level 60 player enters wielding a sword. The hero feels anxious as he realizes he can't create space with the beggar present. One individual attempts to pursue the shooter. Thus, the hero employs the bayonet strike, yet the man is tougher than the beasts. Another person arrives to handle the beggar as well, and it appears the protagonist did not succeed in the mission. However, Lepanto emerges from the dust inquiring about their identity. Lehi shouts that they are foes, and as a bald man leaps in to take him down, the beggar responds with a straightforward action known as coup. Draw. Panic ensues as everyone rushes to eliminate the beggar first. However, Lepanto claims those assaults are trivial in comparison to the demon army. He dispatches numerous foes directly to their demise employing various martial arts techniques. Even without his sword, he defeats them all with one swift blow. Even Lehi is shocked to find he's merely a quest NPC. Still, the man kneels, expressing gratitude to our hero. He claims that without his assist he would have perished like a despised madman, without memories, and regarding his rapier, he would have lost it eternally, since all he needed to do was call it forth. The task of escorting the war veteran is finished. Thus, Lehi's standing in the kingdom rises. What Lehi sought to understand, Lepanto now describes it as memory alteration. He was struck by that spell due to their actions. The spell was cast by Ratsak, the military advisor mage and current archmage of the Kingdom of Fibiel. Nevertheless, the battle records remain preserved in the royal archives. But only the king is able to see them. The issue is that the hero cannot simply visit and inquire, nor can he return without evidence. Lepanto expresses regret but claims the spell is essentially a method to eliminate individuals without directly involving oneself. He cannot visit the capital or remain in the kingdom. If Ratsak discovers it, the knights will intervene. At the very least, he gives a coin, claiming it's sufficient evidence to prove he's alive. He claims he will pursue those two, and once more expresses gratitude to the hero for the. Bayami expresses gratitude as well, and since Lehi is returning to the capital, the lizard encourages him to regain his strength quickly. The hero is simply bewildered that he's receiving valuable information at no cost. The lizard claims he recognizes potential within him, and that he will require him someday as well. Essentially, it's a player investment similar to Jigging, who has reached level 23. Regardless, they bid farewell. However, the next occasion Lehi informs Bayami that there is no need to conceal the dagger he acquired from the Rising Sun. Lehi finishes a mission to conquer a malevolent player and another for enduring against a more powerful opponent. He scored 22 points, yet the true challenge was just beginning now. Lehi takes a moment to steady himself, deciding to go first, but as he opens the door, he nearly gets shot. Brown remains skeptical, insisting that the hero must substantiate the claim of treachery. Lehi's initial action is to give the coin away, and the elderly man understands Lepanto remains they. claim it's a tracking coin that recognizes the owner through mana, avoids friendly fire and assists with missions. This one is owned by a knight from the third company. However, Brown revisits the main character's narrative and questions whether Rotsack was responsible for everything. He begins assembling a few items together and inquires whether the child is free that evening to take a stroll. Thus, the mission Lost Legends transforms into Lehigh assisting the elderly man in accessing the royal archives. But if he fails to succeed and survive, he will continue to lose 50% familiarity throughout the kingdom. The hero advises the elderly man to proceed alone, as he lacks the authorization to enter, but if they concealed matters from Brown, then he doesn't either. The sole choice is to select a trusted person to retrieve the records. Thus, the hero consents to attempt. No Brown is received at the castle, and enters under the pretense of wanting to engage in business with the Magic Corporation alongside his assistant. Lehigh received a warning to access the West Wing only after passing through the East Wing, as a single misstep could lead to death. They must exit the location by 9 o'clock and gather together. Thus, the pair moves toward a luminous stone. The elderly man claims they have just one chance, and it begins to shine even more. At that point, the signal is given. Lehigh conceals himself behind a vase. Immediately, the chief scribe Clark demonstrates, excited to reunite with a former colleague. Forgoing the pleasantries, Clark inquires about Brown's presence, noting that he wouldn't have responded to anyone else in that situation. The elderly gentleman claims he merely stopped by. Clark is happy but cautions that the shooter mustn't touch anything. He mentions the visit feels strange because Brown is not significant. He's extremely wary, believing the old man has someone concealed behind a vase. But he feels embarrassed when nothing is found and quickly shifts the topic, stating that being head scribe is quite enjoyable. During the discussion, Lehigh successfully dashes to the stairs as they had arranged. The issue is that the steps keep curving and never end, until the protagonist finds themselves in this enchanted realm. He senses the ground, yet he believes the elderly man ought to have cautioned him, since he is uncertain about how to locate the records within a mere 2 hours. Only one section on the shelves is glowing. It includes maps of continents and settlement documents. Lehigh believes the glow is a clear indication and begins to browse the books. The initial one he opens is a map of continents showcasing regions that were explored and documented. Catalogs types and levels of monsters, similar to a strategy manual. Everything was penned by a man named Fernan, who must be the king of adventurers. But then he discovers a document titled Exploration Plan for a New Continent, which transforms into a quest to return the man to the kingdom. The rewards suggest it's a chain quest that can solely be accessed through the records. It begins when you venture into that new continent. The narrative reveals that the king disregarded Fernand's concept and showed concern only after he vanished. With half an hour remaining, the hero discovers the war records. Lapunto referenced. An operation named Fragment Pulverization existed, where they planned to eliminate the commander initially, but as he must concentrate on another task, he utilizes the director's mirror to capture it for later review. Suddenly, a portal begins to open in the library. Lehigh learns they will inspect the section on the Second Great War. Since Archmage Rotsack requested it on a whim, Rotsack requested they check for any missing items, due to an unforeseen individual entering the palace. The subordinate finds it absurd, yet decides to look into the initial Great War books. And when he does, he yells. He claims certain documents were missing from command, and it concerns the segment of the conflict in the marching fields. Additionally, they can perceive the noise of a door being opened. Through a stroke of luck, the protagonist reaches the stairs and returns from the royal archives unharmed, yet he can already hear several individuals searching for the small burglar. The guards are instructed to pursue anyone they find suspicious. The protagonist decides the quickest path is the most suitable. However, close to the wall, the issue arises. He collides with a knight. Sir Cindergaard becomes quite irritated. But then they identify one another. Thus, they acknowledge one another. And a voice calls out congratulations to the Holy Knight. A mage claims the protagonist is an intruder. And he truly is, Therefore, he must act clueless. The knight asserts they cannot simply detain individuals without evidence. Additionally, he reminds them that he was the one who vanquished the Kobold chief. Clark continues to claim that he's the most suspicious. However, Sir Cindergaard believes it's unfair to accuse his friend in that manner. Our protagonist is on the verge of falling in love, and the scribe understands he requires evidence. He inquires if he is unfamiliar with Brown. The hero replies that every musketeer knows him. However, with no other options, they decide to go. Ultimately, Lee Hayes expresses gratitude to him for the assistance, and Sir Cindergaard expresses gratitude for his usefulness. Regardless of why they're present, the elderly man arrives, stating he is here to see someone with his pupil. Brown expresses gratitude to the royal guard. The protagonist requests to be excused, and everyone bids farewell. Meanwhile, the elderly man was unable to encounter Rotsack. At the very least, Lee Hayes can claim his role was fulfilled. Upon returning home, the protagonist lacked the opportunity to review the Royal Archives report. Thus, he prepared to discuss it with his master. At 9 o'clock, a guard noticed the pair approaching the Demon King's army, and when he shouted, he was shot. The following morning at 8, a group that pursued them ended up with their limbs injured. They launched an assault on a battalion at 10 o'clock, and once more, everyone was injured. As stated by according to reports, they collaborated with the demons, and only now do the Lepanto parts begin. At 11 p.m., the pair arrived at the 67th Regiment, collected supplies, and fled with a dark elf. Prior to their departure, they cautioned everyone to be wary of Rotsack. The hero suspected the Archmage was deceitful for concealing secrets, but now it seems there's additional information too. Another observer mentioned that Miss Elizabeth was expecting. The elderly man struck the table forcefully. He finds it absurd. No one mentioned anything. And he's so furious he's practically gnawing his own lip. They were known as the Three Musketeers, but evidently they weren't very close. Nonetheless, the director expresses relief since they are, at least, alive. Brown finds it amusing that they still refer to him as director after everything. The hero states there has to be a reason. Regardless, he expresses gratitude. The task is finished. The elderly man confesses to Lies that he is the sole person he trusts now. A new quest emerges titled Agony of the Musketeer Left Alone. Lies has never observed the director in this manner and believes now isn't the moment to concern herself with anything else. The issue is he received no money at all. Suddenly, someone shouts, and it appears that an auction is taking place. It seems individuals gathered to exchange their belongings. Both buyers and sellers incur a 5% fee. At that moment, the hero recalls he can still sell the spear of the Kobold boss. He believes waiting around solely to trade due to the fee is a pointless use of time. But he goes wild upon realizing the weapon is valued at 60 gold. And that's merely an uncommon item. Thus he shouts with joy. In the actual world, a man is urging Mrs. Kim to speed up and collect an order. During rush hour, her phone buzzes, and she feels down due to being reprimanded. Liddick messaged her with concern, requesting her bank account number as he had earned some money. His mother sends it without fully understanding. However, upon opening the banking app, she discovers a deposit of 10 million won. Lee received 110 gold from the transaction, which is an impressive achievement for someone who just began playing, and as it's entirely due to in the game, he feels thankful. He recalls all the significant experiences he's encountered up to this point. With 3 days remaining until he can see the old man, and since it's not yet lunchtime, he decides to enjoy the medieval land a little longer. At night, Kyung envisioned his battle with Berserk, where he was utterly defeated. It resembled a nightmare more closely. Thus he awakened, screaming in terror. Simply observing the VR headset causes the child to tremble, and it frustrates him. Out of the blue, the protagonist calls and inquires if he's just relaxing. Lee Ha mentions he's available as well and asks his friend to come over for steak at his house. They agree on 8 o'clock. And simply listening to it. Kijong understands that the hero must have earned a fortune. Naturally, he isn't shocked since the hero has been performing exceptionally well. Contemplating that even inspires him to play once more. Liha truly dislikes wasting time. His lunchbox is valued at 100 million, and seeks to determine if it is truly valued that highly. The sole person who can verify it is Juice, Madame Rue's sister. The hero halts before her residence, raps on the door and receives a welcome. The tall girl appears visibly irritated about having to respond to the door after dark. Liha nervously introduces himself, filled with fear. But when it's time to explain his presence, he understands he made no plans. Just before the moment passes, he retrieves some smoked rabbit meat and mentions that her sister requested her to try it. He successfully gains entry for the time being, yet the girl becomes intrigued. Regardless, the protagonist finds the NPCs in this game quite relaxed. To elicit an authentic response, he realizes he must use a specific keyword, so he must discover what Madame's keyword is. Liha mentions that Rue instructed him to bring up the lunchbox, and that piques the sister's interest. It seems he made the correct guess. The girl mentioned receiving a letter stating something similar, but she never received any further communication. By the way, Liha inquires if opening a shop in the capital is difficult, and it seems Rue didn't clarify it properly. He's also curious about the significance of the lunchbox, prompting her to explain that her sister's food is prepared from the monster from Candle Castle. Wealthy individuals consistently seek to experience it, ultimately placing it in the possession of those with the greatest influence. The king is the first individual that comes to the protagonist's mind. However, the girl clarifies that she only follows her sister's instructions. Shifting the topic, Jess simply states that is the location where the majority of the kingdom's strong individuals gather. When everyone gathers at a single restaurant, it enhances the venue's appeal. Thus, the hero unexpectedly has a thought and fabricates a reason to hurry out quickly. Jess is completely okay with it, since he found the guy intriguing, just as his sister mentioned. Upon exiting VR, Liha finds it unbelievable that these NPCs, meant to be typical starter village characters, possess such intricate backstories. Suddenly, his mom appears with his friend and instantly embraces the protagonist in a very tight hug. She begins to weep and questions whether that money originated from something dubious. However, his friends clarify everything collectively. Following the meal, Liha mentions the lunchbox quest, but rather than selling the item as they had planned, he states he will complete the quest instead. And the child can't fathom. Kyung weeps excessively, prompting Liha to clarify that Rue intended to establish an information guild under the guise of a restaurant. The hero seeks advice from Kyung, who is an experienced player. The blonde guy claims the game can take that path. He has experienced something similar previously, but it was extremely costly. You still receive fantastic information. As the guide is an NPC, it effectively becomes a pay-to-win scenario. In the capital, none exist due to the royal family's need for privacy. And that's the reason the lunchbox would ultimately find its way to the king. The prize was an invitation to the restaurant's launch event. The blonde guy cautions that it seems like a trap, as nobody would genuinely go through with it. That an object of that caliber might be utilized or traded, and the hero acknowledges it's strange. However, the reward might extend beyond merely an invitation, potentially initiating a beneficial butterfly effect. As a result, eventually he returns to his sister's home. She identifies him as the messenger from several days prior. Immediately, the protagonist reveals that he is, in fact, the one meant to bring the lunchbox. The surprise is that she was aware all along, making him even more intriguing. Jess provides him with something to drink, yet what the protagonist seeks is knowledge. Naturally, he anticipated that, as he brought the lunchbox to discover what the reward would be. Liha attempts to clarify, but Jess remains uninterested in the explanation. The sister mentioned that many wouldn't bring the lunchbox. However, if anyone did, they would either be foolish or someone aware of the plan seeking a benefit. An ordinary individual wouldn't reach that point. Thus, the quest is designed for individuals seeking benefits beyond mere financial gain. The issue is that regardless of who provided the lunchbox, the sister also suggested to kill. As the hero is attacked, he narrowly evades a steel spear aimed at him. He shouts asking why, and the girl praises Liha's strength. However, prior to the protagonist shooting, a group of ninjas storms into the house, attempting to eliminate Li. At least he preloaded the musket, allowing him to hit one of them. A different spear arrives. However, Liha delivers a kick directly to the assassin's abdomen. He yells for everyone to stop moving, or he will shoot the woman and grab the lunchbox. Yet despite the girl simply laughs, claiming Liha is disrespectful to women. Our protagonist asserts that the Holy Knights will arrive due to the commotion, subtly suggesting they've been paid off. Jess remarks that anyone intending to disrupt the capital always plans ahead, and his sister would have rated the kid a 10, but she ended up giving him an 8. In fact, Jess clarifies it was merely a test. She lowers the score to a 5, and for a brief moment, the hero considers simply shaking her hand to settle things, but ultimately chooses to assert control. Thus he maintains the gun aimed toward her due to feelings of betrayal. Due to the test, he seeks compensation from the upcoming guild leader. The girl begins to laugh uncontrollably at his audacity, especially for someone aspiring to be a leader. That response finalized the quest successfully. Jess consents to provide our protagonist with valuable information. 2 days afterward, in Lars Canyon, the main character discovers a collection of healing herbs at the location Jess directed him to. Liha earns the nickname Goblin Nose Collector after eliminating 1,000 of them. As he is in an ideal position to shoot from, it's time to visit No Brown now. Within the quest house, the hero declares his presence. The elderly man notes that the child appears somewhat changed. No Brown inquires whether the hero trained, that he observed, which surprises Liha. However, it is logical. He advanced 12 levels, which clarifies everything. The elderly man claims that will speed up his progress, as it's time to enhance him to join the next generation of the Three Musketeers. This implies that the tasks he had completed thus far were not typical for an ordinary musketeer. All of it was essentially preparing him for the next generation. The issue lies with the missing individuals and the elderly man involved. However, Liha believes he will resolve that eventually. As the objective is to slay a golem, the hero admits he has never done so before, and then learns it's going to be worse than the kobold. Liha becomes so anxious that it seems he might decline. Ultimately, he agrees to take on the mission. On top of a peak, a group of individuals gathers to confront the golem, seeking mages skilled in fire or ice magic. And that's what the hero discovered online. Typically, golems and carnivorous plants inhabit the area. Ranged damage dealers steer clear of the golems, while warriors despise the plants. The presence of contrasting monsters ensures no one has an advantage. However, if you belong to another class, you wouldn't be able to take this route. It seems that the mission appears solely for the first 3 individuals who succeed in the old man's test. Thus, the hero expresses gratitude to his mom, panics as a group battles a golem, and promptly starts to run. Golems exclusively employ smash and slam attacks. It's foreseeable, but a small stone the hero strikes on the earth combines with others and transforms into a massive stone golem. He swiftly readies his ammunition, believing that under these circumstances, he will deliver an exceptionally powerful shot. He factors in the southeast wind's direction for it and aims directly at the head. The issue is the monster won't fall in one hit. Shot. Leaf believes he misjudged it. He sets up for another shot and scores again. Yet the creature appears ready to smash the child to bits. In that instant, the child settles down, and rather than running, inserts the final round into the musket, and fires a shot that ultimately shatters the golem into fragments. The hero departs, believing it required 3 shots. Yet the creature was healing below, and unexpectedly, nearly intercepted the child with an assault. Without time to second-guess, he employs a meticulous hand technique to maintain firing, until he sees the golem's heart. Noticing that, the child gains confidence, since that must be its vulnerable aspect. Yet the creature conceals it again with stones, completely humiliating him. Loya sprints and loses half of his HP. He's fortunate there's no stamina limit, prompting him to review the mission once more. It states he must observe something he couldn't view from a distance. Similar to the heart, yet you can't make it beat just by shooting. After venturing out to seek additional information, the child listens to a lot of commotion. The previous group continues battling golems. But in contrast to Loya, they open the core and succeed in obliterating the heart with a direct, forceful beat. Inquisitive, Loya inquires whether that small ball is unique. A guy then tells you that landing a single hit on it is all you need to win. Some individuals refer to it as a testicle, which honestly is logical since it eliminates the issue permanently. Regardless, you simply need to take the shot when it's exposed. However, the man warns Loya to depart if he wishes to stay alive. Additionally, the hero inquires about the bronze golem and learns that when the boss arrives, people hurry through it without consideration. However, the dialogue halts as the rock golem reappears. Thus, they bid farewell as the hero departs, with the man believing the shooter is surely going to die. The protagonist discovers he must strike the ball prior to its shell regenerating. He nearly tumbles off the cliff without noticing. Shooters like him find it hard to break rocks, and while contemplating this, someone suddenly falls from above beside him. This is due to the bronze golem that just appeared tossing the man. The name of the golem is Tyran Rouge. All nearby individuals receive debuffs. Below, rumors circulate, and those on the sidelines begin to engage in combat. If Liha aims to do it alone, it will take 5 minutes for 10 people to assemble. He must defeat the monster before that occurs. Regardless, a man shouts at a mage to refrain from using electric magic. Yet the child is unaware. Upon being struck by lightning, the golem lets out a scream. However, the individuals who suffer are the rest, as it mirrors the assault and disrupts the entire group. Several days afterward, a man in the city seeks individuals to create a. At the party, he encounters the hero but feels let down, as it's another novice. At least the child believes Liha will be attacked by the flesh-eating plant. He trails behind but can't understand why they find themselves in the golem zone. Before he has a chance to see anything, a flash occurs, followed by the sound of a gunshot. The protagonist declares that his intended actions were successful. 9 days afterward, at the Tenero Peaks, the hero anticipates the golem's respawn moment, enveloped by players consumed by the plants. Despite his abilities, he avoids the traps, and after 10 days, he finally has the chance to meet the boss. Liha suffers from adverse status effects. Certain individuals panic, yet the hero employs a potion that removes them and engages the steady hand method. The issue is that the shot inflicts no damage, but he still succeeds in securing something on. Liha launches an explosive device that detonates immediately. As the cores remain uncovered, the child essentially dominates everyone effortlessly. Recently, the heroes discover how to create bombs simply by bundling gunpowder and spending a small amount of money. The beast lunges. Liha understands there's a stage when bombs are ineffective. Additionally, the other golems attempt to leap at him as well. However, the protagonist remains steadfast, declaring that he will ultimately prevail. Following the gunfight, Liha feels completely embarrassed. He understands he cannot die or abandon the mission. Thus, he chooses to attempt one final option. Liha realizes the monster has already been hurt, and he only requires one more successful strike. But an assault arrives to take him down. Our hero nearly gets grazed. Thus, his only option is to retreat as much as he can. He attempts to avoid the AoE attacks, yet it remains ineffective. He crashes against a wall. His HP decreases significantly as the creature draws near, yet its center is revealed. Thus, the main character employs the force barrier. That ring barrier prevents anyone from approaching within 3 meters. Thus, Ligua seizes the opportunity to take one final shot at the small orb. That day marked the inaugural firing of a shotgun in a medieval setting. The vulture that arrived to feast on the hero's remains is the most striking one. However, merely witnessing it brings joy as it has the potential to earn money. At the lookout tower, Ligua lands among a group of players, shows no concern and shouts, celebrating the mission he completed. He succeeded in defeating the golem alone. since the barrel withstood a shotgun shot. Regardless, Ladoa must log out at the forge to have the musket fixed. However, he first reviews several accomplishments. He became a stellar craftsman, as his janky musket hack was effective. He also received one named Master of Solo Players, although some individuals obtained a superior version, most likely by creating something similar to what he did with the bomb. When Ladoa checks his stats, he discovers he has 82 points available. No Brown's adventures are amazing. The hero believes he succeeded solely due to his agility and skill. Nevertheless, he divides the points wisely, believing it will aid in his crafting efforts. Regarding that ability, he can designate the items he generates, essentially conjure them, and enhance their power. Ladoa attempts to label the bomb, envisioning a massive financial gain, since he desires something extravagant. The issue is that the system mocks him and automatically names it fuse wire. Following the tears, after a while, Ladoa logs off and falls asleep. Yet, during his slumber, the substantial payout he desired is already en route, due to the replay of his boss battle gameplay. Following the session, the hero slumbers for 12 hours. He approaches the fridge, feeling famished, yet notices that his mother primarily purchased medicinal herbs. Ladoa must increase earnings to alter that situation. He settles in, excited to conduct some research prior to playing. He begins by reviewing the rankings. However, a video surfaces of him battling the bronze golem. It was uploaded without consent. Ladoa wishes to have it removed. However, if he raises a complaint, the uploader may discover his identity. What's even wilder is that individuals are paying to uncover the truth. Kajung texts him. It seems that those familiar with him already identified him. The main character decides to sell a shield, which he acquired from the golem. The child begins to observe it as Ladoa boasts a bit, but then mentions that while it's beneficial for PvP, it's inferior to his. It's surprising since the shield costs 180 gold coins. Nevertheless, the child expresses gratitude and walks away too. The main character reflects on his friend and mother, who have been providing him significant support, and he leaves as well, driven to repay them. The auction bid rises to 188. However, the hero invested heavily in items and attempted to repair the musket. He ended up with nothing since it failed to work. To add to his troubles, he realizes his cloak has snagged on a random branch. To make matters worse, he was thrashing on the ground attempting to slay the golem. He'll appear like a vagrant until he has money once more. Ultimately, despite his intention to treat his friend, he went out. He needed to reach out and request a favor. This is how he acquired a new set at a great discount of 3 gold coins due to his bargaining skill. Now he will see no Brown to complete the quest. Upon his return, once they acknowledge one another, the elderly man remarks that the child appears changed, just as he anticipated. He mentioned that the protagonist has skill. Thus he acquires a skill known as Hawkeye that truly encourages you to give it a shot. The mission occurred due to Lika's poor long-distance vision. Their primary role is sniping requires good eyesight, which you can't lack. This time, the focus of the quest shifts to sniping. Gather 5 Roadrunner feathers. However, whenever Lika recalls those memories, a shiver runs down his spine. Lika inquires simply to confirm if it resembles that golden eagle at the Castle of Illumination. However, the elderly man claims it's much worse. That unnerves the hero. At least he won't perish if he doesn't succeed. Yet another quest emerges unexpectedly. Also, Elizabeth's Legacy, which you finish later by striking a target from 444 meters distant. She often mentioned that anyone who could hit a target from that distance would be her successor. Lika, filled with excitement, inquires whether he needs to do it immediately. The elderly man declines, yet if he were her successor, he will earn the weapon on the wall. That was Mrs. Musket, and the remaining 2 were already owned by someone. The abilities of the 3 musketeers had also been transferred, so Lee's intended to concentrate on precision. The child contemplates deeply on whether to take the mission, but claims he will target the Roadrunners first. In the desert where those creatures reside, The main character observes the first target he plans to eliminate from afar. He triggers Hawkeye, and his precision soars as if he's aiming with a sniper scope. It doesn't magnify, yet it assists a lot. Therefore, he attempts to fire, yet the creature sees and bolts away at lightning speed, leaving the hero bewildered and unable to follow. Whenever one of these appears, players cease their hunting. After 3 continuous days of hard work, the hero is utterly defeated. He hasn't collected a single feather yet. Once more, the birds won't allow him to approach. Lihak nearly pleads, but then he abruptly notices something strange in the sound of their footsteps. He realizes it now due to the desert's vast openness. Yet the Roadrunner displays a pattern. Thus, when he fires with that in, a knight approaches to investigate the source of the noise nearby. Lihak earns recognition for successfully hitting a 200m shot. It's amazing that his theory proved successful. Following that finding, he continues searching. And now all is running well. The hero ultimately understands the true meaning of sniping, since you only need to direct them precisely where you desire. A hunter enjoys the chase, while a sniper relishes the wait. Therefore, Lihak has 20 days to complete the quest, which he has fortunately realized just in time. Suddenly, a man begins shouting at the protagonist, labeling him with every insult imaginable, and insists he return his ring. Indeed, Hyongnim returned once more to be a nuisance but with a few Sunrise Guild thugs. The hero believed they would never reveal themselves again after that last humiliation. However, he feels no fear, as he is likely the strongest among the 10 present. Hyongnim requests all his equipment and the golem's shield as restitution. Subsequently, one of their mages tears a scroll that nullifies all returned scrolls. With no escape, Lihak reaches out to Kajung for assistance. His friend concurs but mentions it will take some time. To create it, the protagonist must delay as much as he can, so he feigns intent to resolve matters by giving back the ring. Hyongnim is skeptical, yet amidst the distraction, Lihak seizes the opportunity, and it only doesn't succeed because the shield guy intercepts it for the boss. The leader expresses gratitude to him, as he genuinely believed he was about to. He becomes extremely angry and declares that he will eliminate the hero at spawn every single time from now on. Thus, Liha must battle without a moment to reload. Fortunately, he has that improvised explosive. He throws it over the assassins and detonates it. As everyone rushes to locate a mage, the hero successfully reloads his ammunition. Suddenly, a samurai unleashes an unexpected air slice attack. Liha just manages to block it using the ring's force barrier. He was surprised to find someone like that in Sunrise. The man's name is Zako, and he resembles Hyungnim's superior. Hyungnim is definitely trying to win him over. Yet another bomb is launched by the hero, knocks them both down flat like discarded trash. Regrettably, Liha's strategy to eliminate Zako in that manner fails. The force barrier endures for approximately 5 minutes. Liha is uncertain about his chances of survival. Prior to Kyung's arrival, that night from before approaches, inquiring about the situation. He identifies Sunrise and understands they are piking. He observes that the protagonist is a musketeer and inquires about the sleeping boy, but Liha urges him to flee. Hyungnim commands them to fire at him. The hero leaps in front of the stranger to protect them. Unfortunate fate. The arrow strikes Liha in the shoulder, and when they tumble, he gets badly injured. Once more, Liha instructs the knight to leave immediately, and as soon as the child exited the barrier, Zako swiftly strikes with his explosive fragmented slash. However, the knight instructs Liha to retreat. Rather than perishing, he disables the adversary's energy source. Turns out the knight is, in fact, female. She expresses her disdain for those who attack others indiscriminately. Subsequently, the girl observes. The main character possesses a potion and becomes intrigued. The shield bearer advances to the forefront. Yet she pushes Liha, retreats and delivers a lengthy strike to the foe. Kim collapses in a scream as his HP is entirely depleted, leading to his demise. Zako stands in shock, having not noticed his subordinate being eliminated. Since Liha was injured while assisting, the girl provides him with a health potion, and the hero returns to their usual self. Although she prefers to avoid conflict, she recalls how inappropriate those individuals were. Zako constantly grumbles and believes he ought to withdraw, yet his pride holds him back. He instructs the other goons to eliminate the two of them. Acknowledging there's no escape, the girl rushes forward while the hero remains indifferent. They weren't weak, but she's incredibly strong. Liha is curious about her own identity. When everything concludes, Liha attempts to return the potion. However, the knight allows him to retain it because he attempted to defend her. There's even a small moment shared between them. However, they shift the topic. Just before the girl departs, the hero shouts, expresses gratitude, and inquires her name. At that moment, Kyung arrives, rushing in to rescue his friend. Liha attempts to inform him that it has ended. Yet the man doesn't read. He charges at the girl, attacking her as if she were the foe. He then triggers the Holy Spirit Turtle Advance, but the girl intercepts it at the after. She inquires if they can have a conversation. Kyung quickly questions why this girl is with his friend, as she holds the 6th position globally. Eventually, Liha comes to understand that she shares similarities with the fencer Shin Nura, a national gold medalist who wields a blade resembling a rapier. Using methods such as La Pontos, Kyung inquires whether they are acquainted. Thus, the girl concludes that the hero rescued her, and she is repaying him by defeating the bandits. Everyone shares their name, and because she wields an alternate weapon, Nura states it's searching for an enchanted blade. Liha inquires if it's similar to a brooch, and she essentially shouts, inquiring if the hero has any idea since her mission is to locate. He's unaware of any details. The hero has only heard of a quest. However, simply being aware it's close to the border assists. Thus, she bids farewell gratitude. She also sends Liha a direct message, asking him to add her and keep it a secret. While walking side by side, Kyung teases his friend's blushing expression, pointing out he has never had a girlfriend. Concerning the capital, the blonde guy claims the girl is a sacred knight. Being the first to earn the title, she gained widespread fame. The hero reveals all about the ascending sun. That frustrates his friend. Kyung mentions he must remain hidden until he reaches level 100. However, Liha declines as he seeks revenge. He claims that yet he understands there are many players in the guild, and it's difficult to accomplish anything solo. The elderly man observes the student acquiring the lesson and commends him for completing the mission quickly. Subsequently, the main character acquires the skill mark. However, Brown states he still requires more practice in distinguishing between human targets. The third mission involves a comprehension angel, the leader of the bandits. The bandits occupy the southeast region. The elderly man hands Liha a wanted poster, so he recognizes what the guy appears like. Nonetheless, the main character claims that if he eliminates the boss, another person will simply fill his role. The elderly man claims the bandits could disperse, but he remains indifferent since you only discover the outcome later, similar to tossing a coin. Thus, the protagonist's uncertainties vanish. He claims he's going out, pondering that guidance intensely, and becomes motivated to confront Angel, who's in a desert ideal for intercepting a bullet. A few days later, in the desert, Angel requests beers from his crew. They all drink heavily, surrounded by girls, aside from the guards who must continue working. Today, Liha perceives the danger of being discovered is he employed the marking skill upon encountering the boss for the first time, and he is limited to using it on 3 targets simultaneously. That's how he discovered their location. After trekking for 10 hours, simultaneously, he observed a trend in the paths they had followed for 17 days. However, the fortress contains magic circles, making it impossible to return with a scroll. But striking them at the party is his sole opportunity, if he holds off until Angel arrives. Once he becomes a bit sober, Angel begins talking before vomiting. Now that everything is arranged, the hero shoots, and the man falls, yet the guards are shouting that the shadow is gone. That makes no sense. People begin searching for a nearby predator, someone adept at tracking. The true leader instructs them to enhance the magic. Even after 17 days, Liha still failed to see that Angel was merely a frail little child. They all set out to apprehend the main individual, and he dashes away, believing he's completely doomed. Without any others, he tosses a bomb directly into the audience. He succeeds in evading them, yet Angel remains determined to seek vengeance on whoever was responsible for it. Returning to the city, Leah finds it unbelievable that the photo was fake from the beginning. As he approached to utilize the mark, they noticed one another, so it's just a question of time until he is discovered. Still in the villains unexpectedly appear in town, rise and begin igniting everything in flames. Angel instructs the city leader to inform on the recent arrival. However, as the man lacks knowledge, Angel instructs his henchmen to eliminate everyone. That bandit has previously endured numerous assassination attempts already. Thus he was one step in front. A blast occurs in a narrow passageway, and leads him to believe the hero is present, but then additional explosions begin occurring in various locations. The thieves fail. However, Angel concludes that Leah likely managed to escape. Ultimately, they depart. Yet the hero was unprepared for them to incinerate an entire city merely to discover him, so he resolves that the leader will suffer. No one is able to locate the child, despite searching 3 villages. Yet the leader doubts he truly escaped. He instructs a group to accompany him to relocate the fortress. It will require a lot of effort. Yet Angel believes it's futile, as they are already aware of its location. With no one left at the base, 2 of them head to relocate the warehouse items and discard anything unnecessary. Yet as he speaks, the bandit chief is struck down from his horse by a precise shot. An individual was in the woods, but it's not significant anymore since they're next. Upon completing the mission, the protagonist earns respect within the kingdom. Although it's merely a D+ rank, opting to return to the fortress proved to be the correct decision in the end. Angel was quite impressive for a non-player character. Yet the main character is more concentrated on since. As he was unable to rescue the villagers, he won't be content unless he improves next time. At the cabin, the elderly man is already aware of everything, and the hero feels ashamed of the charred villages. He claims Angel was not the individual in the picture. He murdered a substitute, and 3 villages were destroyed due to. Leah feels terrible. However, the elderly man states that the individual who sent the picture wished to apologize. No, Brown perceives nothing amiss, as the objective was solely the assassination. It would have been preferable if he had saved The ability appears suited for long-range shooting, yet the hero still refuses Beth's mission. Regardless, it's time to advance alone, but initially, the hero inquires if the elderly man is aware of any slumbering child. And seemingly the elderly man is aware of a small. Ultimately, he speaks as if he's ready to clarify, but then he falls silent. The hero allocates all his stat points to dexterity and proceeds to examine the new skill. Novice Marksman enhances the powder, shields the gun's cylinder and enhances weapon range by 30% for a minute. As a result, Leah successfully makes a shot at 455 meters during a test. Unbelievably fortunate. However, changing direction, the grand opening of the Holy Grail is nearly here. As the hero anticipated, no one notices it's a restaurant. Even the experienced wouldn't understand its purpose. Leah will outpace the competition. However, this oddball has been following the hero. Seems he has a dubious scheme in mind. Atop one of the Cheney peaks, close to the orc settlement, the hero overlooks the wind's influence and fires at a mining. Sadly, he targeted the orc. It turns out quite poorly. He has greater range now, but the speed is. The sound moves quicker than the musket shot, allowing the monsters to respond. Clearly, the mission was destined to place the protagonist in the worst predicament. Additionally, to exacerbate the situation, the Sol Nascente team discovers the hero once more. As soon as he understands the issue, he tears a return scroll to Verport and the rest pursue him. In Verport, the protagonist seeks to understand how he was discovered, but he believes he was designated. Unable to identify his attacker, he flees to the capital and claims he is indifferent to the price. Hindam instructs the mages to seize Liha before he flees. Yet the journey begins, and fortunately concludes before the magic can affect him. The hero finds it absurd. They would employ magic in a village, yet he cannot continue to spend money merely to run. Regrettably, he must send Kijin another message explaining the entire scenario. Liha is unable to determine how many exist or their respective levels. However, the capital remains secure. At present, the hero can either remain in the capital or be pursued due to the mark. He refrains from inviting his friend over, then, in a frenzy, declares he will resolve the issue by annihilating the entire Rising Sun Guild. Kijin texts him a lengthy message stating it's risky. However, Liha recalls the old man's advice about making an attempt first, and his friend understands there's no way to prevent him. Nonetheless, he advises Liha to establish a guild, warning that if he simply eliminates everyone, he will be branded a criminal. However, if he initiates war, his safety will only be guaranteed in the capital. Kijin advises him to carefully consider the repercussions. Nonetheless, Liha expresses gratitude and reassures him that he need not be concerned as he was once a true inn. At Rising Sun's banquet hall, an announcer presents the award for Best Field Manager, celebrating each winning team role. They step onto the stage to a wave of flattery and applause. Next, they proceed to the award for the Best Battle Agent. Out of nowhere, a notification appears indicating that a random guild declared war. The establishment is called Sunset Bandits, owned by a person named Liha. A member claims it's quite audacious to adopt a name resembling theirs. But then he recalls Liha is the target they've been pursuing. At the launch of the Holly Grill, everyone understands it's a pricey restaurant and departs. The receptionist rotates but allows Liha entry. Everyone's stunned. It's so unpredictable that people believe he's an NPC. The hero wanders about wearing a mask to avoid encountering his foes. Regardless, he is curious about what he will gain from this location. Upon Jess's discovery of him, Liha praises her for the grand opening, but promptly requests details. Despite his straightforwardness, she asks him to come along with her. Liha anticipated a shadier environment, yet it turned out to be quite luxurious. Being a legitimate business, there's no issue with showcasing it. Slightly. Thus, they remain isolated on the upper level, except there are several assassins concealed within the room, and they are truly alright. Directly addressing the issue, simply advises the child to avoid asking anything unclear. Thus he believes it over and inquires about something particular regarding Rising Sun. Simply commends the inquiry and responses. She essentially outlines a complete strategy for him, almost as if she's providing him with test answers. Regardless, just suggests introducing him to those who attended the opening ceremony. And because there are significant people present, Liha consents right away. At the opposing guild, a certain overweight executive claims Hyungnim is worthless for being defeated by A. However, the child highlights that HQ remains unaware of. This indicates they have an opportunity to resolve the issue and claim the recognition. Thus, the overweight man mentions he will draft a report later and initiate the search upon the GC's arrival. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts in to inform the branch leader that the GC's en route have been ambushed, but the lackey is unaware of who was responsible. However, after a moment of thought, the manager realizes it. If it's the musketeer, he shouts that this is their opportunity to eliminate him. He instructs Hyungnim to fetch the guy. The guild members are unable to unite as they keep getting eliminated. Hyungnim has no idea where the hero is concealed. A guy shouts they ought to sprint 50 meters and dashes out by himself, just to receive a small present in return. The only sound is gunfire. The leader can discern from the sound that it isn't magic. Hyungnim suspects it could be an unseen fighter, as an attack would reveal its presence. He finds it hard to believe a player is doing this. A distant shot nearly strikes the branch manager, Donyoku, as he exits the cabin. So Hyungnim understands that the protagonist is out there. He warns everyone to flee, as reloading requires time. Thus, all take refuge in the cabin. At that moment, Hyeongnim spots smoke rising from the forest, yet a musket couldn't possibly reach that distance. To Liha, they responded quickly. He remains unaware of their names, yet he has already eliminated 10 individuals. However, having the rats conceal themselves was a key element of the strategy. The details provided by Madame Juice included the locations of all branches and prime shooting locations. Although he is by himself, he possesses a sufficient positioning advantage to feel confident about winning. Within the cabin, Hyeongnim shares the concept with the boss, causing the boss to panic. The subordinates begin to consider contacting HQ for assistance, but Donyoku informs them because perhaps the protagonist is a wealthy individual seeking vengeance. If they apprehend him, they'll earn a significant amount of money. Hyeongnim recalls that the hero possessed only 50 gold. He approaches the boss, but Donyoku interrupts. Enticed him with the promise of a promotion. Essentially, he's faking it while scheming to discard everyone but the two of them. Returning to Liha, he understands the thrill of navigating the mountains undetected by anyone around. In one day, the Nameless Guild attacked the southern branch, the riverbank, the eastern one, and the Manhwa Mountain Division. Thus, the final one was intended to be the Emerald Jungle branch. Meanwhile, the primary individual eliminated 3 leaders and 2 vice leaders, along with a minimum of 4 GCs. Among those who ventured out to provoke the hero and draw his attention, one of them gets completely hit in the head. Then those remaining notice the protagonist's location, but they also get destroyed, as they are far too distant to approach him. Encountering the guild master nearly shatters the table due to his intense anger. He brings in the overweight man since the hero's conflict with them began due to the southern branch. Due to that kid, their earnings decreased by 43% this month. Thus, Donyoku began to fret. He anticipated the hero's arrival that day, but as he didn't appear, the manager provided them just 1 additional week to have him remove his account. He mentioned that he would visit them to gather some information personally. Returning to the hero, he seeks out the Sunrise Punks. They ought to be angry, yet they no longer pursue him. At last, Lita discovers one. Thus he delivers a precise hit on him. He's ready to transition to the next. However, the target served as bait to determine his location. An entire combat team is arriving. An archer releases an arrow and indeed, they truly understand their actions. The team approaches several adventurers who become intrigued by the unfolding events, and increasingly intrigued about their destination. Within the woods, visibility is non-existent, but Zako claims he'll manage. He tears apart a scroll, creating illumination. Hyeongnim mentions he can summon reinforcements. Thus, Zako allows the other person to lead. Immediately, the guy messages Donyoku. He calls upon 531 branch agents, gathered at the forest's entrance. Every HQ will possess a unit to lead in this operation, producing 20 units for 25 individuals. Thus, the search and elimination mission commences. Hyeongnim will at last have the chance to eliminate Lifa. They continue to debate the plan. However, Lifa learns the number of attendees and begins to prepare more diligently. Since it's going to be an intense battle, the woodland is vast. Despite being a low-level area, it's simple to become disoriented. Zako shouts for everyone to remain vigilant, as the hero is merely a musketeer, prompting all to disperse and investigate. The samurai aims to be the first to discover him, yet one of his subordinates collapses lifeless right there. Thus he plunges in alongside the others. Thus they will not follow. The thick fog makes it difficult to determine the origin of the shot. Zako believes it's a magical ability and begins to panic. He rises, shouting loudly, and strikes a subordinate who requested silence from everyone. Zako was hopeless and completely messed up. As soon as he revealed himself, he received a homemade explosive as a present. The hero remains aloft in the shadows. If you're battling from concealment, you cannot be exposed in the open. He has a specific reason for moving only westward. The initial move in warfare is selecting your battlefield. A vast forest he is familiar with is the ideal location for a fair battle. since the foes require illumination, yet the moment they ignite, they are shot. The issue is that leveling up from kills also produces bright, allowing all to spot the hero's tree. The assassins discover a rope, enabling them to ascend the tree swiftly. But they learn through difficult experiences. It was a scheme to detonate explosives. It becomes so chaotic that Heimdall outside is eager to find out what is happening. Following the explosion, an odd silence envelopes everything, until someone exits. And regrettably for them, the protagonist is alive and thriving. Liha inquires whether Heimdall refrained from entering due to the level disparity. Understanding his actions, the subordinates seek retribution. Liha challenges them to a duel. But then abruptly someone instructs everyone to halt. Heimdall arrives to intervene, accompanied by the knight who celebrated with the hero earlier. They had endured this long due to their numerical superiority. But that has changed. Noticing that fellow adventurers become bold and seek revenge as well. Liha inquires whether they will continue, as if Heimdall is defeated, he will face the consequences. The leader of the Sunrise Guild sought information about the hero from a key individual. A subordinate texted him that it would be costly. Yet he was indifferent, and upon receiving it, it was a shock as it confirmed Liha possessed the locations of all their branches. Additionally, the individual mentioned it was another intelligence organization. One he is unaware of who shared the information, and they concluded by requesting 1,000 gold to eliminate the hero. At the entrance of the forest, Heimdall decided to withdraw in tears, aware that he was on the verge of being scolded, and the hero declared he wouldn't feel any sympathy for them. Thus, they all exited the game. The players who disliked those individuals began shouting, elevating the main character, raising him and throwing him into the sky. A girl approached, wishing to join in. Yet the hero never had the opportunity to act like a simp. As the venue became crowded with attendees, and his friends needed to rescue him from that place, the tanker tore apart a teleport scroll, and they were taken to a random cabin. Initially, the hero expresses gratitude for their assistance. Matsuhiji then describes the child referred to as the Cloud Mage. Whenever he surprised Rising Sun, smoke was visible from a considerable distance. In that regard, Liha inquires whether they are a couple, but they respond no, not at this time. Regardless, Hannah is eager to examine the weapon because she noticed it has a long shooting range. In the meantime, the hero is contemplating returning to the capital now. Yet, in the midst of that, his friends abruptly break his musket into 2 pieces. It didn't shatter with one strike, but it did break. Liha, panicking, demands to know what they're doing. Liha states earnestly that if this is a prank, he's not amused. Yet the knight remains indifferent. It's said that the child has no concern about being from Rising Sun as well, and they state their leader is en route. It seems they struck a deal with Okiya in return for the hero, yet he is unaware of their identity. Their first encounter happened unexpectedly. It was merely unfortunate that they ended up as adversaries. This Okiya individual must have orchestrated it. Nonetheless, the hero attempts to flee, and Matsuhiji cautions him that he can unsheath his sword first. Yet he smiles regardless. As the guild leader arrives, the knight and the leader evidently recognize one another. To the hero, it seems they all belong to the same guild. Meanwhile, the protagonist is contemplating countless escape plans. However, the leader simply asks the child to join forces. No one understands the benefits of that. Yet the leaders believe they can utilize him, essentially have him function like a combat dog. Liha promptly tells him to get lost, infuriating the guy upset because they are also ready to offer 10,000 gold annually. If it's not a falsehood that would conceal his leg surgery in 2 years, yet it contradicts the hero's values. He claims Rising Sun is rock music, bass while igniting a bomb, and as the foes lowered their defenses, the entire area explodes completely. The hero is propelled, runs away, taking off with the gun barrel. He's angry with Matsuhiji for causing that, and, regrettably, he can't escape those pursuing him. The planning director weaves a gradual enchantment to ensnare the hero. After rejecting the job offer, the leader plans to personally eliminate Lecha. The issue is no one is close. Thus, the hero employs Soul Link, a talent that restores the essence of the bear boss, who promptly propels the leader away. Now it's a battle of 2 against 4. Matsuhiji panics when a fire bear boss suddenly materializes, yet despite its fearsome appearance, it's genuinely very sweet with the main character, so Koma pets Lecha. It seems to be quite intense, so he reserves the cuddles for afterward, and concentrates on eliminating the foes now. The guild members and the treacherous couple are struck by the fear debuff. Upon landing, the leader states that only tamers have the ability to summon monsters. Thus, Lecha acts clueless. The bear starts at level 66, but it increases to 112 due to a special effect. With the hero at level 92, the battle should be quite balanced. When situations become chaotic, Hana attempts to bail, yet the hero instructs Koma to eliminate those 2 scumbags before anything else. They're weeping in. Fear may grip you, yet tears won't prevent being blown up alive. Lecha then engages in a challenging conversation with the leader of the Rising Sun. He was reluctant to reveal the source of the information, yet he ultimately exposed the Shinobugumi Guild. They possess details about players such as the protagonist, and the master's name is Okasuma. The hero feels content, yet he inquires about boss Kaio Kajitsu's plans for the guild moving forward. Given the chaos, he would need to close it down or take action. Lecha is aware that news of his actions has already spread. He recalls that due to them, his brand new rifle was destroyed. Kaio Kajitsu guarantees reimbursement, yet it falls short. The child proposes departing from the guild. However, the hero insists they return all the funds taken from players under a contract. And simply because they believe the deal is poor, he delivers a couple more serious beatings to those Rising Sun jerks. Ultimately, violence ensures everything functions. The system announces the conclusion of the guild war, declaring the Sunset Bandits as victors. Despite being defeated, Kaio Kajitsu vows to seek revenge, prompting the hero to recommend that the planning director create his own guild. He claims the upcoming guild need not be Kaio Kajitsu's. The guy becomes excited about the concept and dashes away using a teleport scroll. Thus, the manager pursues him, with just the main character and the small teddy bear that simply embraces Koma and rejoices in the victory. In Texas, within the United States, a man in a gun shop informs an elderly customer that he's viewing some gameplay. He observes the protagonist losing sanity while wielding a musket. Extremely precise even with slow shots. Regardless, he punches out at 9:30 and declines to provide an additional half hour for free. They bid farewell, and the man also takes a small firearm with him. Simultaneously, within the residence of the Ice and Fire Mage Sisters, the blue-haired individual urges the other to observe, as the protagonist has defeated the Rising Sun Guild. Howen continuously insists that others relocate, unable to accept that Liha is the Cloud Mage. Additionally, he serves as the guild master for the Sunset Bandits, and it's visible in the videos. Howen inquires about the number of foes he defeated, and she panics upon seeing it's 500, as the guy escalated his power remarkably quickly. It's not that she doesn't wish for him to return to the guild. He genuinely appears strong enough now. Howen informs her sister that she has no objections, yet her tone suggests that she is completely enthusiastic about it. Regardless, since they both concur, the following step is to attempt recruiting Liha, as the protagonist signs back into. In the game, he receives numerous encouraging messages, including requests from others to join his guild. 873 texts, all aspects of what just occurred. Initially, he intended to use the needle rifle only until acquiring Beth's weapon, but he ultimately faced a significant setback. Nonetheless, Liha attains the accolade, unbiased judge, and detests the sin, not the sinner, and triumph in the guild war. That alone awarded him 35 stat points. Additionally, Battlefield Avatar included 16 additional characters. He earned his first A rank achievement by defeating 500 foes. Regardless, he allocates 20 points to intelligence and the remainder to dexterity. He begins to consider that he might be a genius, and as he intends to go to the academy, He's anticipating the elderly man's compliments already. Liha walks to the cabin, smiling brightly, but sees another person is. The individual speaks as if they are supportive, yet the hero is unaware of their identity. They discuss a third individual, likely the primary character in the story. However, the individual claims they won't assist a competitor. They then mention that it wasn't difficult to deduce, and that he simply has to discuss. It's because Liha is already listening. As soon as they encounter one another, the protagonist screams and takes off. He salutes the director, sorry for interrupting. However, upon seeing the hero's weapon, the individual becomes even more convinced that he doesn't have to. Assistance. Thus, he mentions he'll return later. The elderly man states he will be waiting. Cutting to the chase. No Brown claims he's received the recent updates. The hero claims he has yet to pass Elizabeth's test, but inquires about that individual's identity. The elderly man claims it was the so-called sleeping child. Subsequently, Liha chases after the guy since she needs to have a conversation with him. However, he doesn't need to look, as the child is already perched in a tree. Immediately, the protagonist feels the man resembles someone who stepped straight out of a Western film. He believes Nero was searching for her boyfriend, but he lets it go. Liha expresses regret for her curiosity and inquires if the guy is a musketeer. Yet the man observes Liha has not taken Elizabeth's test and that his skill level is far too low. As it stands, it wouldn't even be a. They fought, yet the protagonist wasn't really attempting to engage in the battle. The man departs after speaking. That, and the hero trails behind, attempting to be noticed. The musketeer kicks the tree, declaring that this was his test. Completed. Clearly, the protagonist fails to understand, yet when he zeroes in on the word test, it resonates. The guy introduces himself as Kid the Swift. He is the one who received No Brown's legacy. The two of them truly resemble each other. His test involved shooting those leaves, but from just 2 meters distant, leaving the hero puzzled. He needed to fire several shots simultaneously at the very least. In essence, one kick would cause 13 leaves to drop from the tree. The elderly man instructed Kid to strike them all before they reached the ground. The leaves take 3 seconds to fall down. Reaching 13 seems utterly outrageous. Child isn't grasping a musket, and the hero finds that strange, since he understands you cannot keep it in your inventory. However, the child claims Liha is already aware of the answer, since he has created explosives previously, since it still lacks clarity. Once more, simply instruct the child to follow him. However, prior to that, Liha inquires about his assistance, and Kid acknowledges he requires the driller's strength. He describes everything in a vague manner that's difficult to comprehend, but Liha succeeds in getting that kid to act like a tsundra. He requires assistance but feels too ashamed to instruct in a conventional manner. Regardless, the main character claims he will soon succeed in the test and drill. This causes Kid to respond even more oddly. Yet they bid farewell with such an arrangement established. Upon returning to the cabin, the elderly man reveals that Kid completed the test in 3 days. Thus, he was required to surrender the muskets. Liha struggles to understand how that could be possible. Yet prior to him leaves, No Brown advises the child to avoid being so narrow-minded, and the main character follows the suggestion. The hero remains puzzled. For some reason, the elderly man mentioned muskets in plural, as if they were taunting him. The strangest aspect was Kid, as he wasn't armed at all, which Liha found unbelievable. However, the main character discovers he successfully added the musket to his inventory. Shortly after, the blacksmith Zig welcomes Liha and inquires if he plans to tinker with the drum again. Yet the hero gives him the item that is halved. Zig believes it would be wiser to simply purchase a new one. However, Liha proposes a different concept, something he believes might succeed if Zig has faith in him. Together, they create an entire performance. Reflecting on the outcome, they succeeded in creating a musket that could fit into a bag, and it was truly worth the cost. Subsequently, the hero requests him to create holes in the drum to enable its rotation. Yet Zig remains modest regarding He states he is unable to do that and suggests hiring a dwarf for the task. Dwarves are a race known for their blacksmithing skills and crafting magical weapons. They reside in the vast Adamander mountain range beyond the borders of Fibiel. Isolated in a woodland, the main character reloads the firearm in 10 seconds. Everything appeared to be okay, so he tries it out by firing at a leaf, but he misses by a. It doesn't add up since he's actually very near. He approaches and fires again, yet despite getting nearer, it still fails to succeed. Until it eventually happens. Yet from an absurd distance of merely 25 meters, Liha was unaware it would turn out to be so terrible. Being a sniper, he chooses to wait for a fool to enter with arrogance. Kid likely passed the test with a minimum of 4 reloads, yet he contemplates engaging in a fight. Those small pistols pique his interest in the child's combat technique. Suddenly, Nara appears, shouting and calling out the hero's name. She reprimands him for failing to text her upon arriving in the capital. She observes the new equipment as well. Thus, Lihi clarifies all that occurred. However, her primary focus is promoting the viral video. She reveals her new weapon to him as well. Nara succeeded in unsealing the enchanted sword. Now she has the strength of a named NPC. In that regard, the hero mentions he won't remain with the guild. Thus, she extends an invitation to him for the Holy Knights. They are nearby, and she consents to endorse him. The Order of the Holy Knights ranks among the most powerful factions in the Kingdom of Fibiel. Yet the hero still declines. He still believes he isn't prepared. Concerning the firearm at his side, Lihi was on the verge of explaining everything. Filled with excitement but believing it was children, she becomes enraged. The cheerful atmosphere vanishes, prompting the hero to claim he crafted the weapon alone. In truth, they had only encountered one another briefly at the academy, leading to a calm situation. Her anger stemmed from a previous fight between them, in which Nara had been the one who lost. The most frustrating part is it wasn't even near. She was outright defeated in a duel by Kid. Lihi generates countless excuses, all claiming it's fine. But Nara had become a rancor. It wasn't too long ago, so he finds it hard to believe. He is referred to as the sleeping Kid due to rumors suggesting he even sleeps during the game. Not long ago, when Kid acquired a new item, she discovered that the Rising Sun Guild intended to take it. 30 individuals pursued him, yet there isn't a single video of the incident, since it finished abruptly. In an instant, all 30 men who intended to intimidate him received their comeuppance, while Kid remained laid out on the table, not bothering to rise. The only items that shifted were the weapons beneath the table. Upon waking, he continued to inquire about what had occurred. That's how he earned his nickname, as he hits targets swiftly even in his sleep. Nara clarifies that it's not solely about levels, as the system manages the remainder. It exposes rankers to threats, and hurls them at strangers, who possess strength in their unique manner regardless. It's entirely focused on attributes which you can enhance, without leveling up through rare achievements. The hero is fully aware of that, since he's one of those individuals. According to the girl, you can earn an achievement by defeating. This is why Middle-earth displays all users' rankings on the leaderboard. It drives competition, which is also the reason they never sell the incredibly powerful weapons they occasionally discover. If they are pursued afterward, they won't be able to return to the top. Thus, the game equalizes the currency across both realms. Nara states that the main character will soon be recognized as an outsider, and many individuals will begin referring to him in that manner, similar to the Holy Knights. She departs, advising the man to look after himself. In another location, the red-haired mage warns them against making threats. Huayan instructs him to lower his hands as he's causing a disruption. Doesn't truly seem like a negotiation regarding Dale Castle. The redhead claims she won't negotiate. The redhead inquires whether she'll make it until then. It seems he has intentions of forming a guild. And he openly admits he still lacks the funds to employ rankers. However, he assures them a share of the castle's earnings. The girl trembles even more, yet she embraces the challenge with confidence. Thus, the redhead departs. The girls are eager to confront him, and unlike the rancor approach, Huayan claims she will wager on the underdogs. Strolling along the protagonist receives a small gift from the street and begins to feel like a star. He earned 100 gold coins by selling the guild name. Thus, he no longer needs to be concerned about the musket he'll use until he retrieves the one from the cabin. During the military strategy session, the redhead shouts that Huayan overlooked their suggestions. Everyone's angry with the wealthy girls. Regarding their investment in the castle, it amounts to 21,850 gold. So far, and they cannot retrieve it since it was a donation. Those who threw everything into it go insane. The founding members understand that the backlash cannot be halted. Nonetheless, the redhead forcefully strikes his fist down, declaring that the answer is war. He has already contacted the Draconic Knights and the Spark Guild leaders. Thus, they will not abandon their funds. However, individuals fear the Huang Guild due to Huayan and Pei. Nevertheless, they have the option to attempt to reclaim their funds. If they succeed, they'll possess a valuable treasure in their grasp. The strategy involves assembling a group of individuals to serve as the front line, similar to Shin Nara, and they also wish to summon the leading Korean player ranked second overall, referred to as Too Easy. Although it's merely a plan, it's sufficient to excite everyone. Han Hyong had been making statements they hadn't consented to. It would be challenging to involve the two guy. The redhead understands he made a mistake, calls Sasuke and instructs him to bring the blonde guy to that location. Essentially, he expresses a desire to recruit the protagonist into the Boyocho Guild. That would be very helpful, yet Kijong had already made the offer, which the hero declined, believing he was too weak. Nonetheless, Sasuke asserts that they require that power to extend their attack range. The blonde mentions he'll attempt again, but no guarantees. Ultimately, the leader informs Sasuke that they will proceed with the plan, and that, despite how unfortunate it is, their only chance of survival lies in sacrificing back. In reality, with his current funds, he can finally enjoy improved meal options. The musket issue was resolved as well. Li Ha considers the idea of hunting for trolls, until he comes across online speculation regarding a conflict between Chu He O Hong and Bai O Cho. It appears that a declaration has already been made concerning the monopoly on Dale Castle, essentially managing entry to the dungeons. An admission charge could yield substantial revenue. The main character responds, a call from the blonde guy stating he's aware and is about to log into the game. When they meet, Li Ha sees his friend has switched equipment, and the blonde observes the hero's new musket. Kijong dives right in. Is the protagonist interested in joining the guild or not? He expresses regret for inquiring in such circumstances and clarifies everything. However, Li Ha is not willing to take the risk of battling those sisters. Kijong mentions that this time the leader desires it as well, so he won't feel guilty. However, prior to Li Ha responding, person rushes out from behind a bush, and as they pursue them, the blonde notices the emblem of the enemy guild, Hua Hong. A spy was already collecting information, and regrettably they were unable to catch them. Li Ha finds it absurd, yet he mentions needing time to consider joining. The blonde believes the war offers an opportunity for fame. However, Li Ha emphasizes that the losses are what truly count. If he assisted, it would be for his friend. Ultimately, Ki Young mentions he'll inform the leader, prompting the hero to abandon what he intended to say as they part ways, which meant he would at least shield him from that in the Trolls Zone. The main character simply farms by eliminating them from a distance. 2 shots per. The new musket is challenging due to its excessive. He becomes distracted by someone unexpectedly appearing, despite being attentive before. At least the redhead was with her sister, and she praised the protagonist's new short weapon. The hero had anticipated their arrival due to that viral video targeting Rising Sun. Wei Jiang promptly invited Li Ha to join her guild without hesitation. The main character doubts their chances of victory, yet the girl insists they don't require an elaborate plan, since the one who brings down the lion is the parasite that. She is aware that the opposing guild struggles to manage their members, as a traitor from that group informed her. Returning to the blonde man, he expresses regret for his tardiness. The supervisor advises him to arrive more promptly on his next visit. For the moment, he instructs the child to sit, and the child complies. Despite not understanding why everyone appears to be angry, the leader expresses regret while assaulting his companion with prison chains that prevent teleportation for 30 minutes. Ki-young continued to believe it was a joke, yet the redhead displayed a picture of him grinning alongside that enemy guild member. The blonde shouts that he was tailing the guy. However, Sasuke doesn't believe that someone caught smiling was actually trailing anyone. In reality, that individual wasn't in the picture. However, that would be difficult to demonstrate. The blonde claims he will respond to any inquiries. Hyde suggests that the protagonist might be the cause of everything happening. Ki-young shouts no, claiming the photo is counterfeit. Yet everyone thinks the sisters were assisting the child. He believes it's a case of confusion. However, the redhead points out that they are amidst a war that threatens the guild's safety. So they decide to play a video, hoping their friend will reconsider after watching it. During the Candle Castle event, a Korean was present, and it was generally understood that a random musketeer wouldn't simply act impulsively. That class was terrible, and the entire 1 verse 500 situation was hard to believe. Nonetheless, Tail believes they ought to allow their friend to clarify his position. He also doubts that the protagonist is a spy. Thus, they consent to demonstrate his innocence as no one contests. Thus, they both depart by utilizing a teleportation spell. However, if they failed to provide evidence, Heian stated they would accept responsibility for the damages. Returning to the hero's dialogue, Hoi-young observes something strange. The redhead attempts to flirt and present the proposal once more, yet Leia observes something too. When Ki-young and Tail arrive, they emerge directly amidst the turmoil. Thus the sisters yell. The hero claims he can clarify. However, Hoi-young strikes first, despite his ability to explain. Thus Tail wields his fire sword for defense, stunning his friend. Leia instructs everyone to cease the attacks and relax. But when things halt, Tail departs with Ki-young, and they teleport away. Before the hero has an opportunity to speak, the hero feels remorse for not acknowledging them. When the redhead arrives, he inquires about the source of her information. Parasite indicated the presence of a traitor, but she refused to reveal who. Thus the hero aims his firearm at. He wishes to avoid this misunderstanding with her, but Hoi-young was indifferent to the drama. And because the main character continually claims he's the most vital individual, she claims she isn't even sure. The individual was entirely concealed, and even if she was certain, it might have been a double agent. Additionally, she wasn't attempting to separate the two of them, so she offered them the choice of both joining Hoi-young, where the protagonist serves as the guild sniper and her personal protector. She provides 3,000 gold coins annually, or additional bonuses, enabling Leia to cover the year's expenses. It was a singular opportunity to come to terms and resolve matters with Ki-young afterward. However, the hero perceives it differently, so he declines and offers an apology. Despite the fact that the blonde isn't his true brother, he's the person who rescued him from depression and changed his life. He'd prefer to battle her than betray the guy. Hoi-young finds that quite impressive, and Hoi-young agrees as well. It was merely a test, yet the offer was genuine. And she mentioned Leia might still join later. Thus, the two of them depart, and the hero reflects on what to do. Meanwhile, at Bilsho HQ, the leader was compelling Ki-young to accept responsibility. The main character attempts to call home, but receives no response from either Ki-young or the table, as they are blocked. At the blonde guy's home, he felt a sense of betrayal. Unable to demonstrate the hero's innocence, the leader compelled him to sign a contract. If they were defeated in the war, Ki-young would face bankruptcy, as he would owe 2.6 billion in damages. At Holly Grill, patrons were speculating about who would emerge victorious in the conflict, yet when the waitress arrived, Leia released the code word. Leia and Yuha reconnect as he seeks information. In addition to his previous inquiries about Bilsho, the hero desires something regarding Igor too, since he believes Igor will appear in the conflict. A few days after, at the Sisters Guild, the general director is summoned. Jia Chong clarifies that Wei Yung is merely a leader in title only. Since the redhead is the one truly in charge, the gathering to exchange information begins. To start, in the initial confrontation, the adversary advanced with superior numbers and launched a full-scale assault. On that day, they were defeated in less than an hour. The safe havens were meant to remain hidden, yet Bilsho somehow understood precisely how many individuals to dispatch. They struck 9 hideouts simultaneously. To clarify, the girl invited someone to help understand. She introduced the renowned outsider alchemist Crowley, the insane leader. He arrived after hearing Bilsho plan to summon Faust, eager to engage in battle. For Wei Yung, the challenge lies in continuously rejecting him time and again. Regardless, the man tosses a potion onto the earth and calls forth several blood golems. They rush the foe and eliminate them completely. The fight takes place in Taekwon bonus. Even so, Wong remains at a disadvantage on both sides. Thus, they cannot afford another loss as the meeting concludes. From afar, the main character finds it impressive that the sisters employed the alchemist and the yellow dragon. However, he observes a few individuals on the side, dressed in Wahong-style camo cloaks. The issue is the absence of a guild symbol, and they might be the individuals conducting surveillance in the capital. Initially, they discerned something from the crest, but the redhead was unfamiliar with Lita Nu Kijong. Thus, the hero employed his markers to pursue the curious intruders. That evening, ensnared in a hideout trap, a confrontation occurred that turned unfavorable for the Wong Guild. They lost 4 individuals. Those losses were already occurring. A week had passed since the Battle of Tygonis occurred, and Byul Cho still hadn't made an appearance. However, they were already vulnerable. Whenever they entered with 10 individuals, Byul Cho would strike them from behind. The redhead attempted to determine when things began to unravel. During the push, all 3 teams had performed admirably. That pleased the leader. Despite spending a lot, Wong is in a worse position. Byul Cho will reclaim everything along with the castle. Sasuke claims he will prepare the tactics. They bid farewell, and the redhead expresses gratitude. Byul Cho was at the forefront of the war. Thus individuals changed their wagers. The same guild continued to provoke them as well, and they disclosed they would be at the Ameth Cliff. A few days later, the 2 groups gathered at the designated location. Wong has less population, yet Pei Wu brings 888 of the finest warriors, at least. The alchemist remains positioned off to the side, playing a crucial role. The mage beside the redhead fears they might miss the timing. However, the problem is their strategy focuses on defense. Sasuke receives orders that involve protection duties. Hyan shouts that they must defeat the witches and enter the castle. Byulcho's forces progress with 600 soldiers. However, the manner in which they initiate the conflict seems like a snare. Nonetheless, Hyan claims this isn't chess, and contacts her sibling, who performs an ice spell known as Arctic Tornado. The tornado begins destroying everything. Thus, the mage Inshin requests assistance from the master regarding the trap. He employs a storm barrier that prevents the sisters' magic from penetrating. Yet even with 4 totems, Inshin struggles to maintain it. Thus, all the mages take that moment to collectively cast a spell, and thus their abilities don't merely crash against the barrier. Hyan creates a wormhole for Wakhong, causing the magic sandwich to hit the girl's face directly, and the wind sweeps everyone off except Kai. Zhang merely stands there, wearing a blank expression. His relentless assaults with blood golems show no signs of stopping. He's clearly angry, and the alchemist nearly begins weeping. Victory seemed near until everyone shifted, and noticed Pei Wu's backup positioned on the mountain. Hyan eventually jokes around a little and expresses gratitude. As the foes are frightened, she instructs their ally to encircle everyone, and the troops begin descending the mountain. The founding members become anxious as they unexpectedly lose their numerical advantage. It was impossible to count how many existed. Thus, Hyan taunts the rival leader. Nonetheless, Hyan retorts that she isn't suitable to possess a castle. She mentions that she didn't obstruct the exit, prompting Hyan to understand immediately. However, It's already too late for Pei Wu, who experiences a sudden teleportation. In an instant, the sister's greatest advantage has vanished. Abandoning the redhead, the passage is now sealed, and no one knows the fate of the Chinese man. Even if it was close, returning would still require time. Thus Jiaqing will guide the yellow dragon, since the 88 members remain present. Bai Yuqiu possessed merely 400. Nor the sisters, nor was anyone else anticipating. Igor will rush in like a wild man. Those familiar with the berserker are utterly terrified. He charges ahead, swinging his sword and cutting through all, prompting Haiyan to swallow hard and concede defeat. However, a particular hero concealed in a nearby bush is not enjoying. In the initial moments, several individuals are eliminated by the berserker. Along with the sisters, Bai Yuqiu commends the master, because as soon as they contacted Igor, victory was theirs. Nonetheless, Sasuke is the war's MVP, as he was the one who summoned him and devised the strategies. Haiyan simply requests Igor to complete the task. Yet for some reason, the berserker nearly kills him. Sasuke delivers a brief reprimand. Everything feels illogical, yet the entire power structure changes. The person arriving with Igor exerts their influence, while Sasuke appears to be caught in the heart of this treachery. The man produces a contract to transfer the ownership of the castle. Initially, Sasuke never regarded the redhead as the leader. Not suspecting him was his greatest error. Prior to eliminating the former leader, he discloses that he's been embezzling funds from the guild and can blame it on the redhead. He urges him to sign the contract now. It turns out the parasites were actually the Japanese members of the Daijinana Guild. Sasuke swiftly takes control of Haiyan. Kajong leaps in and obtains, immediately shut down. Then Haiyan Weichan identifies the child, attempts to alert them it's a trap. Sasuke has control over her as well. However, the blonde realizes that the ninja is responsible for the entire misunderstanding and becomes furious. Still, he lacks evidence. Indeed, Haiyan attempted to exploit Kajong's situation. To be honest, it was Sasuke who proposed it. But it was irrelevant. Money blinded everyone involved. The blonde primarily seeks to safeguard the guild. Sasuke instructs Igor to handle the shield-wielding individual. The berserker chuckles as he recalls the frightened child from the previous battle. However, Kajong desires a different outcome this time. Regardless, Igor triggers blood burst. Haiyan rushes in to rescue his friend. However, the berserker gets hit directly in the center of his forehead. And merely from the form of the bullet, Kajong begins weeping. As he understands Li Hei arrived to assist. Igor is confused about the situation. He believes the sisters are responsible, so he plans to eliminate them. But this time, he is hit in the leg. Sasuke was unaware of a third enemy and failed to give him a warning. Regardless, the berserker requires blood to heal, prompting him to start slaughtering people. That action was not meant for him. Thus, Haiyan approaches to face his former teammate. Although he remains consistently neutral, the child interrupts since he has more faith in Kajong than in him, Igor. Thus, the pair begins to fight entirely. And those who haven't recognized the betrayal fail to comprehend why. Igor believes that eliminating the guild leader is the key to obtaining the signature. And as the blonde is set to defend, he begins to laugh, excited for round 2. Igor employs frenzy, and the child begins to count, and the foe finds it amusing, yet Kajong chuckles even louder, since he wasn't counting for anything. Liha requires 25 seconds for reloading. When the moment arrives, the protagonist fires at Igor directly in the shoulder, and employing the sacred spirit of the sword, Kajong opens his stomach wide. At last, the berserker collapses onto the ground. However, the blonde's blade becomes lodged in his flesh, prompting Igor to initiate his ultimate werewolf change. Haiyan shouts for his companion to flee, but Kajong must stall for time. Thus, Kajong seals the creature's mouth closed. Though in poor condition, she was still able to assist the blonde somewhat. Still, the redhead has no faith in the duo. However, Kajong has faith in his younger brother. And right when it seems like it will, a shot strikes the wolf directly in the head. as it prepares to strike his friend, and Liha is rapidly leveling up. Advancing without a guild was considered unusual. Yet the hero reflects on the moments that compelled him to pull the trigger, and he feels pleased he waited for the perfect time, since he succeeded in bringing Igor down. Yet he cannot rejoice until he frees himself from the Russian guild's grip. Liha simply starts running away, and leaps from the cliff. Kijong and Hyen panic. Fortunately, Hyen still possesses sufficient mana to cast another dimensional. Cast a spell and gently place the hero down. On the surface, the Russians become furious upon seeing him, declaring their intent to seek revenge. Hyen is curious about the identity of this kid who can make such an impact. When Igor passed away, he logged out, or something similar occurred. Liha claims he arrived by chance, and seizes the opportunity to express regret for not mentioning sooner that he was acquainted with the sisters. He didn't intend to deceive his brother. However, Kijong feels guilty for blocking him without offering a chance to explain. Thus they create up, and rather than the Bucho leader detailing everything, the hero assumes control, shouting for all to gather nearby. It turns out a fraudulent guild existed the entire time. Dejinano was developed by the Shinobagumi Guild solely for profit. Anyone could be the front guild master. And on that day it was Sasuke who created that counterfeit screenshot of having depleted Bucho and Hwahong during the conflict. He summoned the Tsar Guild as they required funds. Nonetheless, Hwahong questions why Liha is intervening to halt the war. Upon hearing that, a Draconic Knight becomes furious, as they were on the verge of win, but the redhead clarifies that Pei Wu will arrive shortly if he intends to continue. Liha believes it's best to simply conclude this entire guild conflict. But now it's Hwahong who becomes angry because she attempted to negotiate several times. The issue is, Hwahong was unaware of this, as he had sent Sasuke to the conferences instead of attending himself, and Sasuke continued to lie, claiming there was none agreement. Consequently, the redhead consents to accept responsibility and exit the guild. However, prior to that, the hero interjects, claiming he has a solid suggestion. He examined the situation, and both parties had numerous issues to address. Thus Hwahong was able to retain the castle, but Bucho's allies are stronger than the Yellow Dragon. As the hero negotiated, the Draconic Knights Guild allied with the Sparkling Guild and Hwahong voluntarily resigned from the guild and transferred the role to Kijong. He understood that leading would be challenging. Yet the blonde guy was the sole individual everyone relied on. He ripped up the contract, chose to cover the war costs himself, and pursue Sasuke. Ultimately, Hwahong states that the main character arrived at the ideal moment. In addition to complimenting him, she inquires about the source of his information. Although Liha avoids the question, she was already aware it originated from an NPC. Hwahong acknowledges the hero's greatness, even if his actions were solely for the sake of his sister. However, the main character claims he did it for Hwahong as well, leaving her completely embarrassed and unsure of where to direct her gaze. Regardless, the guild war concluded, and Hwahong emerged as the winner. Just 2 players succeeded in capturing the scene. One of them wished to bestow a title upon the hero, since he believed Cloud Mage was terrible. This is why his friend in television recalled a musical, featuring a character named Arcane Sniper. Several days afterward, an Ailstock made him walk around anxiously. Ever since the war, people have relentlessly pursued him. He intended to investigate further. However, he first reviewed the accomplishments he earned from the battle. The most interesting one featured Igor, who described how. The twist is, Liha loses if he is killed by Igor, but he concentrates on the 213 attribute points available to him. He boosts dexterity to 1000 and saves the remainder, and seizes Igor's necklace. That is a heroic level. It provides complete affinity with dark elves and resistance to dark magic. Liha discards the Kobold Boss necklace thereafter, and acquires the ability Forbidden Fury. At that moment, Sasuke expresses regret to Oka, yet she remains indifferent. The issue is that the guilds are collaborating now. Sasuke intended to assist, but the boss had already contacted Minith because Opposing guilds were not required to originate from the same nation. A different place much scarier. A man understands this isn't the lab either. He truly encounters demonic creatures, yet he prefers not to stay. Thus, when hellhounds pursue him, the man responds with a shot that sends the dogs and their owner directly into a ditch. And as he couldn't locate what he sought, he chooses to investigate the arcane sniper over there. Close to Dale Castle, individuals seek a collaborative teammate. Thus, the hero believes there's no chance he won't profit from it, creating a backup. As Liha declined, the redhead proposed him for vice leader and offer him a high salary, both due to his talents and her desire to keep him nearby. Nonetheless, the attractive man chose to dedicate some time assisting Kiju. Liha proposed giving him a portion of the castle to ensure he remained close by. Unexpectedly, she consented to divide 10% of the earnings. When the hero encounters someone in the city, he expresses regret, yet merely being present causes the guy to understand his identity. And when he shouts calls, everyone else understands as well. The enigmatic marksman was present. Currently renowned, everyone hurried in, eager to grab a piece of him. Liha became quite upset, but fortunately, someone called out for it to cease. The individual was a guard simultaneously searching for the protagonist. Since he teleports him to a different location. The main character finds themselves in a meeting with Jia Chung that resembles more of an interrogation, and the elderly man acknowledges that it is. However, as inquiries persist, Liha's patience begins to wane. This was necessary because, unknowingly, he had become a member of the Ram. To Liha, it wouldn't necessarily be a negative outcome to eliminate either of the two. Voicing that aloud did not sit well with the old man. And it's somewhat unfortunate for the main character, since he sprinted to avoid being scorched. Huan arrives with excuses, disregarding her completely. She inquires whether the child came solely to explore the sealed sewer dungeon. He supplied ammunition and potions and wished to keep others out of his method. However, prior to that, Huan gives the hero several costly items, and simply states she's handing them over to him. No reason. Regardless, they arrive at the sealed sewer dungeon. The redhead remains frightened, while the protagonist attempts to explore the area solo at his current skill level. However, Liha enters, and Huan feels reassured since she has faith in him. Days later, the main character remains in the dungeon. Huan appears seriously committed to the child. Noticing the redhead's concern, the old man begins to tease her, until she lets it go. The reality is that Huan is aware the hero possesses the correct stats due to her sister's discovery. Regardless, they complete the contributions for the towns of Armios and Rahitas, and her sister discovered 3 questionable individuals nearby. 3. From the Tsar Guild, exploring Dale Castle, suggesting Igor could be close by. The redhead inquires about the leader of that guild. Shadish clarifies they are essentially connected to the Russian army. It's well known that Russia supports Igor, especially after Pei Wu's involvement turned everything into a significant chaos. Regarding the remaining 2, one is the child asleep that the hero recognizes, who could be searching for Li Ha, and the individual the blue-haired girl refers to is Luger. Indeed, that Luger, the combat mercenary, a professional fighter fixated on wealth. Shadishing has never met him face-to-face, but he's been told he's tough. Rumors suggest his nickname is Draconic Soldier 2. Since he only battled select opponents, he battled the Draconic Knight, Alexander. The hero retrieves an item in the dungeon from one of the numerous frog creatures he's killed, but then he sees another feigning death and fires it once more. He effortlessly achieved 26 levels in only a few days. He ceases to sleep due to being online constantly. He's currently at level 144. To possess the skill he has today, he typically required to reach level 180 and would be unable to allocate points into anything on. Additionally, the skill Forbidden Fury exchanges 40% of his HP for a 20% increase in damage. Investing points in health is essentially a waste. Instead, Liu continues to enhance strength and agility until he halts due to receiving a message from Kid. Liu responds, Yet again, the kid fails to clarify anything adequately. Thus, the hero must rush over and discover what is happening. At the castle's southern side, Liu shouts loudly, but Kid instructs him to be quiet. He then shares his location, and when the main character receives, he panics, out since Kid arrives nearly half dead. The hero attempts to offer a potion. However, the kid claims he must visit the temple due to a curse he has. The injury resembles a dark void that, to the protagonist, could only have been created by the piercer. Luger is the current piercer, and he's arriving. Thus, the hero assembles a group with Kid. Yet time is lacking. As Luger descends from a portal in the sky, he appears to have no intention of. The child urges the hero to shoot right away, without considering any negotiations. The hero becomes angry since no one explained anything beforehand. Yet Luger remains focused, understanding that defeating Kid requires strength. From a distance of 250 meters, the hero believes he has the chance. But all of a sudden, he panics and jumps. He sensed that if he pulled the trigger, he would be the first to die. The kid understands his friend isn't at that level. He stands up to keep Luger at bay for as long as possible. Once more, they collide. The piercer commends Kid's bravery before pulling the trigger, triggering a huge blast. The child lives and attempts to clarify that the hero's title is merely coincidental. Luger is completely unaware of what's going on, but he targets the piercer's leg in an attempt to Kid. Shouts for him to fire, and abruptly the hero vanishes. Luger verifies that he is the arcane sniper. The issue is that Luger targets lower than the protagonist. Luger shouts at his friend to stay still. Fortunately, Kid pays attention and dodges the blow. Luger observed this during the Officer Academy. Yet somehow Luger modified a tank from Middle-earth. It didn't detonate immediately because it's a bar featuring a delayed fuse. With that in mind, the hero sprints towards Kid and triggers the ring's defense shield. They both emerge unscathed, yet even the barrier fractures. In contrast, the bronze golem's strike couldn't even damage it. Although he's alive, Kid's sight remains quite blurry. The hero must escape while also carrying him along. Lita places him down and concentrates on observing the foe, who's targeting him as well. With both present, the hero triggers the soul's activation. Link, transforming his teddy bear into a monstrous version. Luger understands it's not the mystical bullet. He simply fires at the object. He realizes the hero obstructed his sight, but suspects he's also concealed within the smoke. The issue is the protagonist shoots anyway and strikes his leg. Whenever he fires that large weapon, he steadies himself with his legs, but now he can't do that. Lita seizes the opportunity to escape from there with Kid. He succeeded in hitting a target despite all that smoke. Luger thought it was quite fascinating. In the temple of Dale Castle, the hero grumbles since he will now be trapped without any sleep for a. Meanwhile, and laments not attempting to eliminate Luger. However, he acknowledges that the main focus was his life and Kid's. Ultimately, the man expresses gratitude with a firm handshake. They begin to catch up outside. Kid then clarifies that Luger was searching for information regarding the identity of the arcane sniper. He claims it's a wild coincidence. Yet there is a degree of truth. He is unsure if it's a title or an achievement. However, anyone possessing it can fire an arcane bullet. It appears that this accomplishment can be obtained by eliminating another. Luger arrived to attempt to seize it from Liba. Regardless, Kid requests the hero to continue the legacy, but to exercise caution when he becomes a musketeer, since they are visible to one another on the map. Next, changing subjects, the hero expresses